Good morning. We apologize for the slightly late start, sorting out some technical things at this end. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members this morning are Carl Nipfel, Larry Clay, Sahir Bayat, and Lisa Valentini. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, their tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an item is called, each participant who's registered will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees who have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when their item is being heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, however. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee by the moderator. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use their share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The moderator will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please ensure that you include your name and address and an email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment to you as you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised in order to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those that are entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each of speakers after they have finished their presentations. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion on that application. It will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last meeting been confirmed by members?
Good morning. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, the June 22nd hearing.
Thank you very much. So I will look to panel members for a motion, please, to confirm the June 22nd. Motion by Ms. Valentini, second on that by Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded to approve minutes of the June 22nd hearing. Those in favor, show of hands, please. Motion carried. Those minutes are confirmed. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there are 2 requests, item number 3 and item number 17 for this morning.
3 and 17, as we come to those, we'll deal with them. And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any items or files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this morning.
Thank you. And with that, we move to our agenda for the morning, agenda of items, beginning with number 1, 105 Hazelwood Avenue. On this application, the only materials before the committee are those submitted by the applicant, which involve plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations. Moderator, do we have the applicant with us? Okay, thank you. Applicant will ask you to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Carlos Salazar, and I'm the authorized agent for 105 Hazelwood Avenue.
Good morning to you. Okay, I'm going to check with my colleagues on the panel to inquire if any of them have questions for you or whether they'd like a presentation. Panel members? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions, if I may. If I can just draw the applicant's attention to its drawing number A1, I believe. It's a site plan.
Correct, yeah.
Just at the rear where you've got a proposed wooden deck, proposed wood deck. There are 2 questions related to that backspace, and I think this has it's sort of related to the soft landscaping piece. I know it appears that you've got some sod being laid on either side of a pathway to the garage. There's a wooden deck. So the 2 questions are, One is the materials below the wooden deck, is that permeable? And the other question, which is related to the pathway, the walkway between the deck and the garage, is that going to be permeable, made out of permeable materials, or is that concrete?
So the pathway from the deck to the garage, that's going to be concrete.
Would you be averse to the idea that that be produced out of permeable materials? I believe there is permeable concrete as well.
The only issue that my client may have is in the winter time it becomes very slippery. So she just want to be able to put salt in it. So I mean she may be open to that suggestion. Just she's worried that she's going to be they park the car in the garage and she's going to be able that any other material will be able to not corrode.
My understanding would be that permeable materials would also be made out of a concrete substance, but there would be some permeability. For example, if there were pavers and there were gaps in between. So I'm not sure if the salt is an issue.
Right. She just wants the smooth surface so that it prevents her from tripping. She does have an elderly mother that, they park in the back and she just doesn't want any kind of tripping hazard, like any, she might have like a concrete joint. I mean, I can suggest that to her.
I would appreciate that.
And the material under the deck will be just gravel. We're just going to put some gravel under the deck.
But thank you.
Applicant, the reason or the place that question comes from is that the committee's focus on soft landscaping has really intensified quite a bit in recent times because of the importance of each lot absorbing as much stormwater as possible, so that the job of stormwater absorption is carried by all the lots. So the question is pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm sure that my client will be open if we can find a suitable material that will, allow for water to drain between maybe some joints. Definitely.
Okay, but you realize that the panel may elect on its own to make that a condition if it sees fit to do so.
Of course.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant panel? Okay. In that case, I'll look to panel members for a motion, please. Mr. Bike, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposal itself is a very straightforward one. There's nothing contentious in it at all. I am aware that one of the variances is for a reduction in soft landscaping. So I would like to propose approval of the application with the condition that the pathway, the rear pathway leading from the wooden deck to the garage, be produced out of permeable materials.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Mr. Clay. So moved and seconded to approve, subject to that condition. Those in favor, please show hands. And that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to approve the application, subject to the pathway being constructed of permeable materials. Panel moves on to item number 2.
Thank you, committee.
Item number 2 is 169 BELLWOODS Avenue. The panel has before it on this application material submitted by the applicant, 6 photographs of similar projects on BELLWOODS, 1 photographed rear yard, an order to comply affecting the property. In support, there are 16 form letters signed by owners and occupants on BELLWOODS, Dundas, Euclid, Claremont, and Palmerston Avenue. In opposition, there's also correspondence from 911 Dundas West, from Hannah Vian, and also 911 Dundas West, John Luck. Okay, and moderator, we do have speakers standing by to speak in opposition. Okay, so let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning. My name is David Footman.
Good morning, David. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go right ahead.
Thank you. This application is a very minor variance. There's only one for the height. The height of the third floor is actually less than the existing peak. It has a lot of support. I see there is some opposition. I think that's due to the fact they did proceed without a building permit, but I believe the planning issues are quite clear, favorable for the neighborhood, and is appropriate development considering similar third floor developments in the neighborhood. So I don't think there's much more that needs to be said about this minor variance.
Okay, if that's what you want to say about it, then fine. We'll see if panel members have any questions of you at this stage. Panel?
Thank you.
No questions at this stage. We'll move on
Sorry,
then to...
Chair. Sorry, Chair. I'm a little slow off the mark this morning.
Go ahead, Mr. Clay, followed by Mr. Byatt. Go ahead.
I just wanted, I mean, when we see these kinds of applications where someone has proceeded without a building permit, I think it warrants the question as to why did this proceed? But I mean, this is a fairly substantial addition. One would expect that any applicant would understand that you need a building permit for this kind of an addition. So I would just ask the question, how did this proceed without a building permit?
Can I respond to that?
That's who we're asking. You're asking.
Yes. Yes, I'm not sure. I got involved after the fact. I'm only dealing with the Committee of Adjustment, not the construction drawings or what happened before that. And I believe they will be fined. The fee has been doubled, so they have been punished. And clearly it's wrong, but my job is to just ask for this variance.
Mr. Byatt, your question?
It was similar to Mr. Clay's actually, and I think this is one of those situations again. We get a request after the fact, and I think that I always find it very difficult to deal with a situation that has been with something illegal, perhaps, if I can use that term, has been done, and then now we're asked to legalize it, and I think that's always a bit of a challenge. And I think somewhere one has to, it has to be noted that this is really unacceptable.
Thank you for that.
I agree with you, but I don't think that's an issue today. I think the decision should be about the appropriateness of the development, not the illegality and the misdeeds of the owner, which we cannot control.
Mr. Chairman, are you able to hear me now?
We do hear you, Mr. Nipfel. Go right ahead.
Sorry to be late in joining. I'm having technical problems. I've heard the discussion on this item. My question was going to be, what consultation have you had with neighbors prior to today's hearing? Because in the opposition letters that I read, it sounded as though there's been no discussion. And the second point is, we are to look at this in terms of, would we approve it or not approve it if it wasn't built? And that's the perspective from which I would look at it, and I have grave reservations about this. I'm not sure I would approve it.
Thank you very much. Applicant, what consultation?
Well, I don't know what consultation, but the support letters is obvious that there was consultation there, and that is a lot of support letters. And as I said, there's one minor variance for height, and the proposed height is less than the existing building. And this third floor developments in Toronto are typical. This is how a city grows, and I believe it should be supported on that, not based on the concern of their illegal actions. I don't like it. I much prefer it when clients come to me and we get
okay. We
approval
get your point.
and build.
We get your point. We're going to go now to the speakers that are standing by. We have two registered speakers standing by who wish to speak.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Let's go to the first registered speaker. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Please state your name for us.
My name is Lian Jin, and we are speaking in opposition. So we don't agree that he built the third story building. The thing is that he showing no respect to you, then he just think if he built already, you have to accept that, you know. And first of all, we feel not safe for our privacy and security because the rear third storage they have built, and they have a door, and they leave the door to the deck, which they can see our bedroom clearly, and they can trespass into our bedroom. So we have to keep the curtains closed all the time and keep the windows closed all the time. That's not good. For my elder mother, she's 65 years old. She's living in that bedroom. She feels really sad, and she also cannot sleep at night. She worry about the strangers because they are renting the house. He's not living there. My mother feels not safe. You know, they see strangers all the time. And also, after they build the building, the third storage, my mother can hear the creaking noise. Maybe they changed the structure. Because we are, the house 169 to 167, they attached together. So that's not good. And also in the summertime, they walk out a lot to the deck. It makes too much noise. They're renting too many people, so it's not only they're living there. They're renting the house for so many people. So we disagree.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for this speaker? Hearing none, let's go, moderator, to the next registered speaker, please.
Yes, my name is John Luke.
Good morning, John. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name's John Luke of 911 Dundas Street West, which is immediately behind the subject property. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with procedure, but what I'm trying to say is just come from the thoughts. So I might have something which might not be concern. Anyway, when I look at the site plan, I found it's very confusing because I'm not a professional, and I found that like for example in A1 to A5, and then sorry, from A1, A5 to A9, all the numbers in metric. But when I look at the other pages, A2, A3, A4, they are all in inferior measurement. So it's very hard for me to see the difference or impact of the plan to my property. And also, there's no legend on A6 to A9, all these squiggling lines, and I don't know what they mean. Following that, it was the floor plan from the basement to the third floor. Now, in A7, the part which is encircled in squiggling lines, that one I believe had been built already, but it was not stated that. And furthermore, when it was built, it was obscured from the back of the building, so nobody from the outside was able to see what they have done, whether it has been done safely, because we are in the neighborhood itself, so we were able to see what has been done. And I got some pictures in my submission. Also, when they do the construction, they convert the pointed roof to a flat roof, as you can see in A8 of their submission, which is a major structural change. I was wondering why they do not need a building permit to do that. And I don't know if there's some structural professional looking into that. So I guess the way that they're doing is trying to encourage people just do everything first and then try to legalize it. And the fact of legalizing means that anything that they have done wrong or which are not according to law or which may endanger people's life are now legalized with what they have done. Furthermore, in A9, it shows a north elevation. What they did is that they make 4 big holes at the back wall, 2 at about 7 feet above ground level and another 2 at about maybe 15 feet, which vented directly into my backyard. And then when I look at the drawing, I discovered that they were actually from the washroom. And with the COVID-19 and all this airborne virus, I felt that it is really a safety hazard because it vents all this airborne virus into my backyard and without any discussion with me. And furthermore, when they do that, they just trespass into my property and do the work. I guess that has been explained in my submission.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. You've actually just arrived at your allotted time limit, so thank you for your comments, John. Just before I open this to questions from my panel member colleagues, I do want to say for those that called in opposition and for others listening that the Committee of Adjustment in no way condones construction without building permits. But the Committee of Adjustment has a particular approach to applications like this one where construction work has already taken place. We are charged with looking at that application according to the submission as if it hadn't been built, as if it was simply a proposal on paper. And we have to judge it as a proposal on paper applying the 4 tests. Would we have approved it or disapproved it, despite the fact it's been built? How would we have seen it, and how would we have treated it? And that's the rule by which we must proceed. So, panel members, any questions for this speaker? Hearing none, let's go back now to the applicant. And applicant, you have a chance now to rebut only the issues that were raised, please, by the 2 speakers. Go ahead.
Thank you. One of the major issues is overlook, and perhaps a condition should be made that a 1.5 meter opaque railing be constructed, which would deal with that. I agree that this is wrong, and but as you say, that's not an issue for the panel. And as far as construction methods, if it's solid or not solid or illegal, I think the building department will address that, and that should deal with any concerns. There seems to be no objection to the size of the building. It is typical development. I don't think there'll be any overlook at all with an opaque railing on the back of the building. And I apologize on behalf of the owner, but I got involved after. Once they were served, I was asked.
We understand that. We understand. Yeah.
Okay. I do think it does pass the 4 tests, and the city does. It would have been a clear approval had they not proceeded first. So I'm asking that you do approve this, and I thank you for your time. And again, I apologize for their behavior.
Let's see if panel members have questions still for you. Panel members, questions now for the applicant? I am not hearing any, so in that case, we can take the application into committee for a decision. Anyone wishes to make a comment beforehand, that's fine too on panel. So panel members, let's move to a decision. Any comments first? If not, I'm quite happy to see a motion put forward. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sure, I'll start. I know Carl has some concerns about this one. I think we all agree that we don't like seeing these kinds of applications where it proceeds without a building permit. Having said that, I know this area fairly well. It is a very tight urban fabric. The housing stock is very close to each other. There are numerous instances where homes have built third stories. So I don't think this is out of character. I think the juxtaposition of this home relative to the homes on Dundas, they're very close together. There's not much backyard at all in the Dundas property, so it's not surprising that there is a little bit of concern. I think the actual addition itself is really quite small, rather modest. I don't think it's a huge addition to the third floor. I do think it would benefit from screening all the way around. I'm not uncomfortable with this one, having the appropriate caveats about the building permit, but I'll just leave it there. I know Carl probably has some views as well.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this one? Anybody else? Carl, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have concerns primarily with the fact that there were other ways of doing the project that wouldn't have been as detrimental to the neighbor's privacy, and that bothers me. If we were to look at this as a brand new application, I would have serious reservations about this solution, and I would want to see some alternatives. I also find it troubling that there has been no consultation with the neighbors. The letters of support are not from properties that are even close by, so I don't think they're particularly noteworthy. My sympathies go out to the adjacent neighbors that raised concerns, because this showed up in their backyard and side yard, and there was no opportunity to consult with it. So I think there's a better solution. I don't think this is the right solution, so I'll be voting against it.
Thank you very much. Any further comment, or anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
No volume.
I beg your pardon. I think sometimes some of our comments need to be aired, and because we do have an audience out there. I agree both with Mr. Clay and with Mr. Nipfel. With Mr. Clay, because I think had this plan come to us as a proposal with discussions with neighbors, perhaps we might have had a more amiable solution, or amiable outcome. I think Mr. Nipfel is quite correct in the sense that situations like this, when they come to us after the fact, and with all due respect to the applicant, he's come into the situation a bit late, presumably. But even though he's come in a bit late, it didn't seem as if there's had any consultations with the neighbors so that any adjustments could be made. So as the applicant itself stands, I think it would have been approved, will likely been approved, because there's not a lot contentious that's contentious in this situation. If we do approve this particular application, I would like to see a condition with regard to screening that was mentioned by the applicant.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, I'll just to bring this to a head, I'll move a motion. I'll move approval of this application subject to the condition that the outdoor deck be screened with opaque screening to 1.5 meters on all sides, not just on the north and south, but around the entire perimeter.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Ms. Valentini. So moved and seconded to approve, subject to the condition of opaque screening. All those in favor, please show hands. Those in opposition, let the record show that Mr. Nipfel was in dissent on this application, but the motion is carried and the application is so approved. Thank you.
Chair, can I just
Well,
make
you're
one little addition that, as we always do, we like to put a little note in the minutes that the committee does not support nor condone this kind of works being done prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Thanks, Mr. Clay. I had overlooked that, and that's important. That really is important, that note be part of the motion, be part of the decision, please, as a note. Thank you. Okay, that takes us on to application number 3, on which there is a request to defer. So let's have the applicant join us. Hello.
Oh, yes. Hi there. It's Monica Kuhn. I'm the applicant. I didn't hear the last piece. When you unmuted me, I missed everything that was said in the introduction. But anyway.
Okay, I'm
yes.
not sure you've missed too much, Monica.
Good.
But what I did say was that on this application there is a request to defer, and you I assume are the person who made that request.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us why, please?
Yes. We had circulated a letter to the neighbors at the beginning of June. My clients had talked to some of the neighbors. You see that there are 5 letters of support, but there are 6 letters of opposition, 5 of which were submitted to the committee on the 28th, the last day, and we didn't receive any notification that from the neighbors that they were in opposition. So after reviewing those letters, I conferred with my clients, and we feel that we can address some of those concerns with some revisions to the design, and so we would have some time to do that.
I see. Okay, so the reason for deferral could be described as a desire to consult with neighbors and to amend the application, perhaps in line with.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right. Now, the way we go forward here is this: we do have registered speakers standing by who have gone through the process of registering in advance, wishing to speak. What I'm going to do first of all on this is to just chat briefly with them, and to those that are standing by in opposition, I'm not going to ask you anything about your thoughts about the desirability of the application. All I'm going to ask you is whether or not you are in favor or opposed to deferring the application in order to allow the applicant to do some consultation and revision of the application with neighbors. That would be the purpose of the deferral. So let's go first to, is it Tanya?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We hear you fine, Tanya. Tanya, my
Okay,
question,
great.
are you in favor of or opposed to deferring the application?
I am opposed. I have spoken to Monica at least a couple times. My sister has. I've spoken to the neighbors a couple times. They know my concerns. So I find this a bit out of line with what we've already been talking about. I'm a direct neighbor. I'm at 138, and I'm one of the ones directly affected. And if you look at the letters of objection, they're all people directly affected. The letters of support are people who are out of the sight line or not in any impact from this large construction proposal.
Fair enough, Tanya. Would you or would you not have faith that if it was deferred in order to allow consultation, that good things could happen from that?
I don't see it. They're trying to build something that's almost 17 feet high or more. I don't know what they would change.
Okay, let's go on then to, thank you for your
Thank you.
thought on that. Let's go on to the next registered speaker. Good morning.
Who are we waiting for?
Marie, you've been unmuted.
Oh, sorry, sorry, I didn't realize it was me.
Okay.
Yes,
Hi there, Marie.
I'm Tanya's sis. Hello?
Hello, Marie.
Yes, can you hear me?
I do hear you fine, and I just want to ask you a simple question, and that is this: would you be in favor of or opposed to deferring this application to allow revision following consultation with neighbors?
Yeah, I would be opposed to it as well. The unknown factor is we don't know exactly what they're planning to revise, whether it's going to be a benefit or you know, something even sort of worse than what they're proposing right now.
Well, the thought is that if it was to be deferred to allow consultation with neighbors, that it's only supposed to go in one direction. It's not supposed to become more onerous on the neighbors. It is only supposed to become less. That'd be unusual for it to become more onerous. But anyway, okay, you're opposed.
Yeah.
Chair, can we get Marie's address, please?
This is okay.
Okay.
Marie, may we ask your address, please?
Yes, I live at 34 Lankin Boulevard. I'm Tanya's sister.
Where does your property lie with respect to the subject property 136?
Yeah, it's nowhere near the property, to be fair. It's nowhere near the property. But I did not put in a letter of opposal. I just registered to be part of the process.
Fair enough. All right, then let's go on now to the third registered speaker. Good morning.
One moment, Mr. Speaker.
We're just trying to raise a speaker that is standing by. We'll give it another moment or two.
We're having a bit of technical difficulty unmuting Marilyn.
Mm-hmm.
Just one moment. Marilyn is disconnected. I'm going to send her an email reminder and a phone call.
We'll wait a moment longer. We'd like to hear what her thought is. So we'll just give it another moment or two, and then we'll move on. She was with us before? Oh,
message and will return your call. Bye-bye.
okay. So we were trying there to get a hold of a speaker who was with us previously, but who appears to have moved on. At least we're not able to contact now. So okay. Thank you, moderator. So there you have the comments from registered speakers, panel members. And you've heard from the applicant as to proposed reason for request to defer. It's now in our hands to make the decision on whether or not this is deferred or heard today. So we will take it into committee. Any comments from panel members? Anyone with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can understand the objector's concern that the project might get even worse. I don't think personally that that's likely. This particular applicant architect has had great success in negotiating changes and bringing community together. I think that probably this will be another case where she'll be able to at least bring some of the objections to the forefront and correct them. So I have no difficulty at all in recommending or bringing a motion forward that the application be deferred. I would like to ask the applicant to provide a clearer site plan at that time. The site plan that we have has got so many layers of information. It's difficult to read, and I suspect for the people in the public that are looking at it, it's almost impossible.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second to that motion to defer? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please show hands. And that motion is carried, and the application number 3 is deferred. Panel moves along to item number 4, 132, Palmerston. On 132 Palmerston, the materials before the committee are those submitted by the applicant. There's a revised site plan, 4th of July, revised zoning waiver, July 4. There's a cover letter from FDL Design and Construction, the agent. We have a commenting report from Community Planning, dated 28 June. And on this application, we shall ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and the members of the Committee of Adjustment. I'm Victor Lan from FDL Design and Construction, the agent for the application at 132 Palmerston Avenue, Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to you.
Thank you.
Panel members, any questions for this applicant? Any desire for a presentation? Mrs. Valentini, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I noticed we got revised plans, which are in the supplemental materials. And in the materials, it also noted that there's a revised zoning notice, but I don't think we actually have the correct zoning notice. It's for another application. Is there changes to the variances? Is what I'm trying to ask. Are there changes to the variances, or are they? I know planning had some conditions, so I was just wondering if there are any changes to the actual variances today.
Okay, just a second. We'll see if staff can comment on that, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
So
we can have
Victor
go through the
explain?
revisions.
Just a second. I'm sorry.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair,
Go
we
ahead.
should have the applicant go through the revisions.
Okay, well, why don't we do that then? Okay, that's a good question, Ms. Valentine. We'll start off by having the applicant go through the revisions for us. Okay, applicant.
Sorry, my mistake. I think we do have a revised zoning notice. I must have misread that. Is that the correct one that's in the supplemental materials?
Yes, that is correct, but the
Okay,
applicant,
let him go through.
Yeah, that's
the
correct
applicant should
material,
go
yeah.
through it for public record.
But that's important, I would say. Okay. Let's go back to Mr. Land. Mr. Land, you have made some...
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, and yeah, we have divisions. And the first revision, regarding the landscaping, the soft landscaping area between the living suite and the house.
Mr. Land.
So,
Mr. Land.
Can you hear me?
Listen, Mr. Land.
Yeah.
I want you to do this first of all. There have been revisions to the minor variances that you made. So we want to begin our consideration of your application, please, by having you, we're going to do this in a very slow and detailed manner, and we're going to refer to the variances by their number. Tell us which variances have changed and how they've changed. So variance number 1, has it changed?
Number 1, okay, this is the original zoning. Okay, so number 1.
Number 1 is a minimum of 85% of the area must be soft.
Yeah, this one we had changed. Yeah, we changed it to the previous proposal is 0 soft landscaping. Now we changed it to 45%.
45.
Or 20, yeah, 45% of area of soft landscaping.
Thank you. So hold on there for a second. We'll make sure that that's captured by staff. So number 1 now reads 45%, a very substantial difference. Good.
Which is also 20 square meters.
Mr. Land.
Square meters.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so we don't have any change for item 3. Item 3, yeah, there's no change. Can you go to the next page?
How about item number 2?
Number 2, no change. Yeah, we
no
didn't
change.
change
Number 2.
Anything related to this variance.
Okay, fine. So it's correct then that only variance number 1 changes.
No. I go to the next page. Yeah, number 3, we didn't do any change for variance in item 3, but we did for item 4.
Okay.
4, 5, 6, we did, yeah. So 4, 5, 6, and we recommend the distance.
4, 5, and 6 are Mr. Land. My question to you: 4, 5, and 6, no change.
Change. There's change. Yeah, for number 4, and because the you can see the 6 meters in height, and now we change it to the 4.7 meters to 6 meters. So
Mr. Land, Mr. Land,
house,
Mr. Land, please listen to me.
Yeah.
Please listen to me, Mr. Land.
Okay.
Number 4, the number changes. Right now it reads 6 meters. That number changes to what?
To 4.7 meters to 6 meters.
I'm sorry,
Chairman,
right now it reads, Mr. Land, please listen to me. Let's go slowly here.
Okay.
Right now, number 4, I'm only asking you this simple question on this. Number 4 right now reads 6 meters. You're asking for 6 meters. What does that number change to?
We change 4.7 meter to 6 meter.
4.7?
Yeah.
4.7 meters. Number 4.
To 6 meters. Two numbers here.
It already reads 6. The altered ancillary building.
7 to 6 meter, yeah. No, we change
through you, Mr. Chair, I'm reviewing the revised waiver form that's been submitted, and I believe that we should leave variances 4, 5, and 6 as they're reading currently on the screen.
Okay. So thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. So, panel, we're going to leave numbers 4, 5, and 6 as they stand on our written.
So then the only change would be to variance number 1, which would read 45% at 20 square meters.
Okay. So that panel is with that 45% change, that on number 1, that's the only change that we are dealing with, and that's how the application that we're dealing with looks. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can we get clarification on what the 4.7 meter height is? I appreciate he says it's going from 4.7 to 6 meters, but it's already at 6 meters. are we misinterpreting? Does he mean that it goes to 4.7? I'm quite confused. And that's item number 6, not with due respect to Sabrina. I'm not sure what's going on with the 4.7 meters. I don't know where it came from.
Well,
yeah, because this come from also, you have to read item 5 and item 6. This all related to the height of the building, yeah. Height of the laneway suite, yeah. So, and because they have 45-degree angular, yeah, so the angular is start from 4 meter, but we recommend from 4.7 meter.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the highest point of that height would be the 6 meters. So we have to go with that figure.
We're going with 6.
Right,
Okay.
so there could be some consideration that if committee is to approve that it would be tied to the revised plans to show the varying heights.
Okay.
From
Does
4.7 meters to 6 meters.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Nipfel?
I think, yeah, I think the staff report is very
Mr. Land,
clearly
Mr. Land, excuse me, I was asking a
Yeah.
question. I was speaking to one of my panel colleagues. Just hold on a moment, please.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Sabrina. That's I understand what the problem is, and that 6 will stay as is. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with it as it stands there at 6. Okay, panel. Are there any further questions for the applicant, or can we take this application into committee? I'm hearing no further questions, so let's take it into committee for anyone's comments. Moving toward a motion. Anyone with a comment on this? Mr. Clay, go right ahead.
Sure. Notwithstanding a little bit of the touch of the confusion around this, I think we understand. And I do note that the applicant has had some discussions with planning staff, and there are planning conditions that seem to reflect the basis of our discussion this morning. So I think this is a reasonable proposal. Has been negotiated through planning to get more soft landscaping. I think that's in our interest. This neighborhood, I think, is one which we are seeing more laneway suites and I think can appropriately accommodate a laneway suite. So I'm comfortable with moving approval of this application subject to planning conditions.
Thank you very much.
As amended.
As amended. As amended. Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Nipfel seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve the application as amended. All those in favor, please show hands. And that motion is carried. The application as amended is approved. Thank you all. Panel moves along to number 5. And on application number 5, 395 Delaware Ave, the only materials before the panel are those submitted by the applicant. Let's have the applicant join us, please.
Good morning, I'm here.
Could you state your name, please?
Yeah, my name is Ryan Tollefson. I'm an owner of 395 Delaware Avenue.
Very good. And Ryan, there's another speaker registered in support. Moderator, do we have Martin Jean-Pierre Kozak with us? Does he wish to speak?
Martin, you've been unmuted.
I first wanted to listen in before commenting on anything, but yes, I am here.
Martin, if possible, could you speak closer to your microphone?
Is this better?
Slightly better. If you can get a little closer
How about
or just
this?
move it around, it's a little better.
Hello?
I think we're
Hello?
good. Hello?
Okay. I just wanted to listen in before making any comments, but I am here in support.
Thank you very much. Okay. So there's no one actually registered to speak in opposition, so there won't necessarily be a presentation. Let's go back to the applicant now. And I'll have the applicant join us, please.
I'm here. Hello.
Okay, there you are. Okay. Panel members, any questions? Okay, and you're joining us by video, Ryan. Okay.
It was an option. I'm used to it.
There you go. How did you get used to it? I
The
wonder how you
pandemic
ever
was
got used to that.
the pandemic was a thing.
All right, panel members, any questions for Mr. Tollefson? Would anyone like a presentation? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a question with regard to variance number 2. Could you just speak to that one?
Yes, that variance is required because we are wanting to use the existing lot line of the detached garage, and that will not give us the space to be able to add the softscaping on the side of the building. Basically, we're proposing to demolish the existing detached garage and use the existing footprint along 3 sides. So the softscaping on that side of the laneway will be difficult to achieve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Tollefson? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
I had a similar question. Perhaps I'm misreading the plan incorrectly. I wonder if we could get the site plan on the screen. What material is provided between the garage and the laneway, or is it right at the property line? It looks like it's set back a bit.
The setback along the north lane line? Sorry, I'm trying to understand the question. I apologize.
Along the rear property line of the, yeah, there we go. Yeah, along the east property line, which is the adjacent to the lane.
Oh, there is a very minor setback which we would be maintaining. I'd have to look up the actual number on that. We have no intention of changing the current setback, but it's like 0.01. Like it's a very small setback that exists today with the fence and the detached garage.
Okay, I was going to suggest that you put in permeable pavers, but that really is too small a space. Thanks very much.
Ms. Valentini, please go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick question. I see you've got a variance for setback from the center line of the lane. Often we get comments on that from staff. I don't see any here, but curious, I know you're trying to keep the existing footprint. How does that line up? It looks like from the survey, there are other garages that it will line up with already that are set back at the same distance from center line of the lane. Is that correct?
That is correct. It will.
Okay.
There's a garage. It maintains the exact same line with our neighbor.
Okay, so there are other structures that have similar setbacks from the center line of the lane.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. If there are no further questions of the applicant, let's take this application into committee. Any comments first? We can move to a motion if anyone's ready. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is quite a reasonable proposal, and the initial concern, of course, was the lack of soft landscaping, and the applicant in good faith has worked with the planning department to increase the amount of landscaping. I don't see that there's frankly any opportunity to make it even greater, so I personally have no difficulty with the application as it currently exists, and is bringing additional housing into the community, which I think is a positive, and is doing it in a way that doesn't seem to create any kind of conflict or inconvenience to adjacent neighbors. So I'm very much in favor of the application, and would be happy to move a motion of approval after my other colleagues speak.
If they wish to. I see the motion is seconded. Mr. Byatt. Okay, moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion. The application is so approved. Panel moves on to agenda item number 6, 394 McRoberts. And on 394 McRoberts Ave, we have before us only those materials submitted by the applicant. Let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
William, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Please state your
Can you
name.
hear me? Can you hear me?
I do hear you.
Thank you. My name is William Harrison.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Panel members, on this application, would you like a presentation? Do you have any questions for Mr. Harrison?
Mr. Chairman, may I interject something, please?
If there's something you'd like to say, go ahead. What would you like us to know about your application?
I was informed by the application technician that this item would have to be deferred because we were not able to get the sign up until Monday, June 27th, and the legal requirement was for Sunday, June 26th. We had trouble getting the sign. The sign shop was closed on Sunday, and so we got it up as quickly as possible on Monday, June 27th. But I was told this would have to be deferred because of that. And now, if it's not, in the absence of some materials supporting the application, namely some letters of support from some neighbors, I'm prepared to go ahead if that's possible.
Okay, thank you. This is, thanks for bringing that up because I don't think that anyone on panel was aware of the fact that, so the sign was 24 hours late going up.
That's correct. Well, actually, 14 hours, thereabouts.
14 hours late. Okay, we're going to need some guidance on this, I think, from staff. So, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do you have any thoughts on this application with respect to timeliness of the sign posting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the rules are that the sign has to be posted, you know, for the complete 10 days prior to the hearing. And if that's not done, then it's improper notification.
Right. Right. Okay, so panel members, I think you've probably heard that from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. What a shame, but
I agree.
But in the interests of doing it properly and having it so that it can't be questioned or seen to having been done improperly, that's important that we knew that. Okay, let's then take the application into committee for some discussion. We can move toward a motion on, first of all, whether or not it should be deferred. Panel members, any thoughts? Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Just a quick thought, and I see the issues of the rules. Apart from the rules, if the rules had not been broken, as it were, I would have been glad to move a motion of approval because they're very straightforward application. But given the fact that there are some contraventions of rules, perhaps a deferral may be appropriate.
Yeah. Anyone else thoughts on that? Anyone ready with it? I happen to be in agreement with you. I think that's probably the way it should be done so that it can't be challenged as having been improperly posted and then being an invalid decision. So anyone with a motion on this either way? Mr. Back, go ahead.
I'd like to move a motion to defer.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Ms. Valentini. And I ask all those in favor, please show hands. And that is a unanimous vote to defer the application in order to allow to allow future adherence to the sign posting requirements. And with that, we move on to number 7. Number 7 is 13 Larchmount. And on number 13 Larchmount, panel has before it the following materials, those submitted by the applicant. There's a photograph of a comparable property. There's email correspondence from community planning at city planning, staff reports from urban forestry, also from TRCA. In support, a 6-signature petition from owners and occupants at 9, 10, 11, 21, 24, and 87 Larchmount. That would appear to include those on either side of the subject property and one across the street. And there's opposition also from 15 Larchmount. So, moderator, do we have the applicant with us, please?
Hello.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Nafisa Zangiabadi, 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill, L3T3B6, and I'm the applicant representing the owner.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me just check with the moderator. Moderator, do we have registered speakers standing by in opposition?
We have Paul Goodrum standing by. Deanne Smith, we weren't able to reach.
Okay, fine. Okay, then. All right, then, Agent, you have
Yes.
5 minutes to make your presentation and to present your proposal to the panel. Please go ahead.
Sure. This is a very straightforward application asking only for one variance for the front yard setback. And the reason for that is that we're adding the enclosed porch to the living space of the house by removing the wall between the and the house. That means the porch that is used to be as a storage and sitting area now will be added to the living space in order to give extra space for this young growing family, for their kids, and bringing extra light to the house. There are several similar projects in the neighborhood. Planning or in support of the application, they believe that it's appropriate in the appropriate development for the area. And there's the samples that I mentioned are number 10, 12, 14, and 16 Larchmount. They all have enclosed porch. So basically, our proposal is not something new for this area, and it changed the footprint of the building. It doesn't create any other variances like coverage, setback, or height and stuff. We have planning supports to tie the decision to the drawings, and we have TRCA approval, and as you said, we have a letter of support from 6 of our neighbors. So I believe this is a very appropriate development, and it meets the 4 tests of the planning plan.
Thank you very much. Question for you from Mr. Clay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Google Maps view of this residence, and it looks like the porch is already enclosed.
Yes, the porch has been already enclosed, and we're just removing the wall between the porch and the living room.
Let's put the picture back up again, please, of the front, the photograph.
Oh, this is not our house; it's a sample, but our house porch is already.
No, I was just looking on the Google Maps view of this one and Street View, and it does look like the porch is enclosed.
It is enclosed already, yes.
Okay.
So was that enclosure done with or without a building permit?
That was with the building permit, but now we're removing that wall in between. That enclosure can be added to the living space. That's why we're in front of committee for that.
Mr. Nipfel?
Could you clarify if you've had any discussions with the attached semi at 15 and what those discussions have resulted in? We have an objection from that owner.
Yes, the owner actually approached them 3 times to talk to them. They were opposed in giving the party wall agreement, which the owner decided not to touch the party wall for the construction. It looks like there's some personal issue between them. Yes, they did. And to answer your question, yes, they did approach them to talk to them several times. And the owner is also present if you have any questions from them regarding to their discussion with the neighbor.
Thank you.
Okay, then let's go on now to the registered speakers standing by, and we'll moderator's first one.
I'm calling Paul Goodrum at the moment. Just one moment, please.
Thank you.
I'm unable to reach Paul Goodrum.
Do we have Deanne Smith?
We do not have Deanne Smith as well. Both have been contacted, called, and emailed. On occasion, there'll be an answer, but then immediate hang up.
Okay, moderator, thank you for that. So attempts have been made to connect with the registered speakers on this application, but unsuccessfully. But good repeated attempts were made to make that connection. So that being the case, we have no further speakers to hear from. We can go back to the panel now. Panel, if you have any more questions for the applicant, this would be your opportunity. Or we can take it into committee for discussion. Any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, let's take it into committee for...
Chairman, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. In the letter of objection from number 15, they indicate, now most of their objections I think are not within the purview of the committee, but there's an accusation that building inspectors have not been allowed into the house to check whether it's compliant. Can you speak to that, please?
Applicant? Do we have the applicant with us? Nafise? We'll just stand by for a second panel while moderator...
It appears that the connection has dropped. I'm going to give her a call and an email.
That's fine. We need to get her back if we can. So we'll stand by to allow the moderator to reconnect with the agent.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'll withdraw the question. The issue of whether or not the building inspector has gone into the house or not basically is tied to issues of the party wall and some other issues that I don't think are in the purview of this committee. So I don't think that the answer would necessarily affect a decision.
Oh, okay.
I'd be happy to make a decision
there's
now.
no more room to record new messages.
Okay. All right, then let's go then back. Let's go into committee on this application. The applicant appears no longer to be with us, but that doesn't prevent us from moving ahead with our discussion and moving to a motion. Any thoughts for this? Would anyone like to go to a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm in favor of this application. I think that's actually really very minor. The variance is extremely minor. I don't see that there's a difficulty that the variance would bring to adjacent neighbors. The issues that are raised by the objector seem to be different issues, not ones associated with the variance. So with the condition attached by or suggested by planning, I would have no difficulty in supporting this application.
Do you care to make a motion?
Certainly, unless anybody else is going to speak, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the condition proposed by the planning department.
Thanks for that. It is seconded, Mr. Byatt.
Just to interrupt, do we have an urban forestry condition, I believe?
Yes, number 1.
Yep.
My mistake, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Byatt, you're still in agreement as a second? Yes. Okay, so we do have a motion before us, moved and seconded by Mr. Nipfel, seconded Mr. Byatt, to approve subject to urban forestry, and was it subject to something else?
Planning.
Okay,
there's a planning condition.
All those in favor, please show hands. That vote is unanimous. The motion is thereby carried and the application so approved. Thank you. Number 8, 19 Wallace Ave.
Building Permit Solutions. If you know
On number 19 Wallace Ave, we have before us the material submitted by the applicant, staff report from Tree Protection and Plan Review, Urban Forestry. There is a letter from Councillor Bylaw. There is support in the form of a 14 signature form letter signed by owners of and occupants on Wallace and Russet Avenue. Let us
Mr.
have
Chairman, can I ask a question of the Deputy Secretary Treasurer before you go any further?
Go
It
ahead.
has to do with variance number 3. Sabrina, variance number 3 refers to the condition for requiring 75% is tied to being a semi-detached dwelling. My understanding is that this is a detached dwelling. Is that just a typo, or does variance number 3 not apply?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's a typo.
Mr. Nipfeld, it's a typo apparently. Let's have the agent join us.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, the agent is not able to be contacted. We've given them multiple phone calls and emails, and the only thing that comes up is an answering system.
Okay. How about the owner? He also shows the
Yep.
registered speaker.
I have the owner. Give me one moment.
Let's go to the owner.
Mr. Stevenson, you've been unmuted.
Perfect. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, committee. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning to you, Mr. Stevenson. Okay. All right, panel members, we have the owner with us. Any questions for the owner? Would anyone like a presentation on the application? Questions? No? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think just a point of clarification. We all noticed that there's 0% landscaping on the side yard. I assume that is a consequence of where the lot line is, and just wanted to confirm that. And I presume similarly, the rear yard, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of space back there, which I presume is also a feature of why there's a landscaping variance. Maybe you can just confirm that for us.
Yes, sir, Mr. Clay. We are a corner lot, and we have access just through the city for the side yard. We do not have much space behind us. We're just the house. In between, there's a little bit of laneway in between the garage or walkway, and then the front is an existing porch. If you see that white area with a black box, right in front is a small path with a tree in front.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Further questions?
I'm happy to walk through my application as well if you'd like.
Well, thanks for that offer. We haven't had a request, Mr. Stevenson, for a presentation, so I'm not going to ask you to do that. Is there any one thing about your application you'd like us to know?
Yes, just regarding application, the existing structure and footprint doesn't currently align with the current bylaws, as our house seems to be built before a number of these bylaws were created, which seem to have brought up those issues when we put in our application for the house. With the 7 minor variances, 6 now, thank you very much for catching the semi issue. With the detached, we're not planning on changing the existing footprint in the house, only changing the structure of house by enclosing the patio with a 2-story addition.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
Thank you. Just with respect to enclosing the front porch and doing an addition above, you're sort of effectively moving the front lot line or front face of the house forward. And one thing I sort of was looking at was how does that line up with the rest of the houses on the street? I know just looking at the site plan, it's going to be further ahead than your neighbor at 17, but I got the sense that other houses further down are already further forward.
Yes, that's correct. So 17 is set back, but if you go 2 over, it is much further over, much further
And so,
towards the street, and we line up with that. And then across the street, right across the other side of the street, it lines up with the addition or the extension of the house.
oh, you mean on the other side of this? I can't read the side street here. Whatever the side street is, if you go the other way, it's still kind of in line as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I just wanted confirmation of. And I don't think we have heard from number 17, have we? No.
No, we've spoken, it's a renter house. There's 3 different renters inside the house. We've spoken to the owners through the renters. They were not interested in attending today. We couldn't get a hold of them to sign a letter of support. We didn't want to get a renter letter of support, but we've reached out to a number of our neighbors and have 14 letters of approval for this project within the 60-meter radius.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? If there are none, let's take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a well-designed addition, unique to a corner lot, which is probably what's triggering most of the variances. There isn't a whole lot of space on the private portion of the lot. I thought that this was kind of addition would fit quite well into this neighborhood. There are others that similarly have this kind of addition in the neighborhood and surrounding areas. So I think this is fairly straightforward. It's really all just about setbacks, and I think that's explained well by the configuration of the lot. So I think this is a supportable application. I'm prepared to move a motion to that effect.
I believe forestry applies.
There is a forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. Second to that motion. It is seconded, Mr. Byett. So, moved and seconded to approve subject to forestry. Those in favor, please show hands. And that brings a unanimous vote to carry the motion, and the application is so approved.
Thank you very much, committee. I appreciate your support on this project.
Okay, thank you. We go on to number 9, 163 Bastido Ave. And on 163 Bastido, panel has before it submitted materials, revised plans from 17 June. There are 4 photographs of tress details. There is a report from city planning, and there is correspondence both in support and in opposition too. There's a 17 signature form letter, residents of Bastido and also from Danforth Avenue. And there is in support, pardon me, and in opposition, there are pieces of correspondence from 165 Bastido, from Luciano Perna, no address given, from 161 Bastido, and another from 161 Bastido. In opposition. And I'll just check with the moderator. Moderator, we do have standing by speakers in opposition. Okay, let's go to the agent then. Agent, join us, please. State your name.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, committee. My name is Mike Olivamore, and I'm actually the owner at 163 Bastido Avenue.
You are the owner and the agent in this case.
I guess I am, yes.
I guess you are. Okay. Thank you very much. Mike, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the committee. Please go ahead.
Sure. Should I come on video? I signed up for that, but I don't have
Did you
to.
pre-register?
Yes.
If you'd like to, you're able to do that.
Okay. Perfect.
There you
Okay,
are. Okay.
Great. I would first like to thank the committee members for your time today and for all the work that you do on behalf of all City of Toronto residents. I would also like to thank city staff who helped guide my wife and I through the application process. They've played a vital role for us and were incredibly helpful, so I wanted to thank them and acknowledge them. I appreciate the time and effort they took to guide us, as this was a very new process for us. I'm sorry about my voice. I have COVID at the moment, so I may cough a little bit. I apologize in advance. I would also like to say that my wife and I love this city where I was born and raised and where she moved to from Switzerland. We truly love our neighborhood in the East Danforth area. Since moving in 2019, it feels like home, and we hope to be able to start our family here soon. In regards to the reason for the application, we are simply seeking to add a small space to keep coats and shoes, especially important for a growing family in a small house where space is lacking. The enclosed porch that we're proposing would allow us to have a small storage area that is currently not existing on the main floor, other than a very small closet that fits about one Canadian winter jacket. There's also a lot of precedent on the street and in the neighborhood for enclosed front porches, with almost every other house on the street having an enclosed front porch. There's no impact on city resources, no plumbing is involved, there's minimal electrical work. There's no forced air gas heating or AC cooling involved, and there's no wastewater. Architecturally speaking, we will be doing our very best to match the context of the street and our house as it exists today. For example, we are going to be using similarly colored siding around the porch as exists on our second floor of our house currently. I would also like to accept, if possible, the condition requested by planning staff, as we never had any intention to build anything outside of that condition if it were applied. I would also like to acknowledge the correspondence from some of my immediate neighbors who shared their concerns in late June. Thank you for doing that. I had hoped it would have come in April, and our neighbors to the immediate north, we spoke to them as far back as a year and a half ago. We reached out to all of our immediate neighbors on either side of our house on April 6, 2022 by text, and for my neighbors to the north in person. I spoke to our intention to enclose the existing front porch. I did not receive any questions, comments, concerns back from any party by email, telephone, text, or in person in the months that followed, and we see each other every day practically. In mid-April, I then dropped off letters to inform more distant neighbors on our street and in close proximity to our house. No issues were raised with us directly from anyone on the street. We received only responses and support, and I left both my email and phone number on all of those letters. I will try to respond to the concerns of the variances which were raised by a couple of our neighbors. One issue raised was on the front lot setback variance. To be quite clear, we have absolutely no intention of extending the front porch towards the street beyond where it sits currently. We're simply enclosing what already exists. There is no intention to add any additional space above it either. It's literally a storage space for shoes and coats. I believe there may be a bit of misunderstanding surrounding the math for that variance calculation. If I understand correctly, the measurement is not to the sidewalk, but it may actually be from the city's right-of-way, which is a few feet in from the actual sidewalk. Again, this calculation came from planning staff, but the key point here is we are only looking to enclose the porch, which already exists. It is also not going to be a livable space. It will not be heated, and it is not extending further than what was there. It is walls on the existing porch, and that's pretty much all. In regards to the FSI variance concerns some had, the FSI increased in this application, I believe, because the house has over the decades been added to. I don't think at any point this house or most houses on the street would fit within the FSI permitted under the zoning bylaw. As you can see in the plans, the house is a 2.5-story house and totals around 1,600 square feet or 152 meters squared. That is what the FSI variance is picking up on. It's not really related to the 5-meter square porch that we are seeking to enclose. In regard to the last variance and concerns there, I believe the math is correct. There was no wall. There would be a wall with this proposal, thus the side yard setback distance would be reduced to about 0.5 meter in line with the southern wall of our house, which abuts the commonly shared space between 163 and 161 Bastido.
I must ask you for your final comment now, please.
Sure. I hope this information is helpful, and I would be happy to answer any additional questions. I would again like to thank the committee for their time today and the opportunity to speak on my family's behalf. I cede any remaining time.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions at this stage for the applicant? Hearing none, we'll move on then to the registered speakers. Moderator?
Luciano was unable to be reached.
Okay.
We have David and Courtney.
Very good. Let's have are they joining us together?
David, you've been unmuted.
So we'll have David first.
We'll be separate.
Very good. That's fine. State your name, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is David Slobod, and I'm the owner of the house next door at 161 Bastedo Avenue.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to present your concerns to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We've got some questions about the variances, which I think Mike has preemptively answered for us. The issue is that we only received one text message saying we want to enclose the porch, and no further information until we received the Committee of Adjustment letter. So my partner and I, we went on the website, we tried to understand everything, and there was quite a bit of confusion, partly because the plans were hand-drawn. Mike did address the concern we had about, it appeared perhaps that the porch was being brought closer to the street, the front yard setback being reduced from 3.29 meters to 1.07 meters. We just really wanted to be sure that the footprint of the enclosed porch was not going to be larger than the existing deck of that porch area as it is today, nor that the height would be any different. The other thing that concerned us in variance number one, we were really surprised that for an enclosure that's only 5.25 square meters, that the variance one is 41 square meters. And we found out from the application technician that it was to include additional space, as Mike said, changes to the property. The biggest concern is that the survey shows the applicant's garage encroaches onto our property. We just wanted to make sure that with the approval of variance one, that does not give any kind of right of way or easement for that garage to remain long term over the property line. And again, the same thing, the third variance, reducing the side yard setback to 0.47 meters from 0.9 meters. That's the space between our property and the property at 163. So again, as long as the new porch enclosure is following the existing footprint, then we would be okay with that. Unfortunately, we were only looking at information that was submitted in the application and some conversations with the application technician who couldn't really provide us with all the specific details that we were looking for.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, some questions for this speaker? No? Okay, then, moderator. Do we have another speaker standing by? Yes.
Courtney, you've been unmuted.
Good morning.
Is everyone able to hear me?
We do hear you. Please state your name.
Okay, are you, and I'd like to be on video, please.
I beg your pardon?
We have you.
I was prepared to be on video.
You, did you pre-register for video?
I did, but I'm happy just to speak as long as everyone can hear me.
We do hear you very clearly, so I think I still need you, though, to state your name, please.
Okay, so my name is Courtney Maxwell, and I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and my partner, Michael B. Crofts, who are homeowners at 165 Bastedo. So we're immediate neighbors of the semi-detached to the north side. And so our questions and concerns just relate to why these variances are being requested. Now, our neighbor, Mike and Natalie, did inform us in April that they were planning to apply for a building permit to enclose their porch, which we do not oppose. However, we weren't informed of these three variance requests or any reasoning behind them. You will see that there's letters of support that were submitted, but some of these letters are signed by people that are over a block away, and none of the immediate neighbors, either beside or in front of the house, were actually consulted about these specific bylaw variances. So there's confusion between the hand-drawn submission and why these variances are being needed if the applicant is only intending to enclose the front porch. Specifically, as I've put in my email to the committee, and we don't understand the variance, the second variance request for decreasing the front yard setback by 2.22 meters. So we're asking for clarification on why this variance is necessary when it doesn't seem to align with what's submitted on the site plan. And as I said, we don't believe that the form letters are really of strong value to the application since they're not from immediate neighbors. So to conclude, we support the application is to simply to enclose the existing front porch structure. But we do want to understand why these three variances are being requested.
Thank you very much. Let me see if any of the panel members have questions for you. Panel members? Any questions for this speaker? I have a question for you, Courtney. You made reference to the hand-drawn plans. Did the hand-drawn plans cause you any confusion?
There's confusion on the plan between where the actual front yard setback is, and also trying to understand why the variance is being requested to change the front yard setback from currently 3.29 meters to what's being requested, which is 1.07 meters. So we're trying to understand if you're just enclosing the existing porch, why would this variance be necessary?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Moderator, that I think takes us through all the registered speakers that we're able to contact. So we go back now to the owner applicant for opportunity to speak to, rebut issues that were brought up by the two speakers. And now that's your opportunity. Go ahead, please. Owner.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for your time. So in terms of, I guess I'll just talk about each variance because I think that's the gist of it, and then I'll talk about the plans, and I'll even talk about the garage. So the garage, I'll start with the garage actually. The garage on the survey plan, it does seem, this is news to all of us, that garage has been there for, I think 20 or 30 years. So that predates us on the street as well as both of my neighbors who are here today. We didn't realize it was over the lot line until recently. We have no intention of using that in any negative way or to achieve any benefit for ourselves. We can certainly talk privately. I don't think it's a matter for the committee, but we can certainly talk with our neighbors about how to remedy that issue. So that's not a problem. We're very open to talking about that. In terms of the drawing plans, I had contacted city staff first for a permit, and they assured me that drawn plans would be accepted as long as they are scaled properly, which I did. And I also spoke with the manager at East York and Toronto Committee of Adjustments, as well as two members of staff throughout the process. They were all very helpful and assured me that this was fine. I think they're fairly clear. I can certainly go through any questions that the committee or my neighbors might have on them. In terms of the variances, especially the front yard variance, I think the numbers are like that because it's 3 meters measured from like halfway through our yard to the front wall of the house. So if you then take away the 2 meters of the porch, you end up with this variance that's needed where the setback is now only 1 meter. That's my expectation. I'm not a professional planner. I am a professional appraiser, so I do work with this stuff sometimes, but I you know, if there's a professional planner on the line, that would be great to answer those questions. Those numbers all come from the planning staff. So I think that's the reason, but I'm not 100%. And I don't know if I missed any questions, if there's anything else that's needed here, but please let me know. Happy to answer anything.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the owner applicant? Okay then, let's take the application then at this stage. Mr. Nipfeld, do you have a question?
No, when we go into committee.
Oh, okay, well, we'll take the application then at this stage into committee, and I'll ask the moderator to drop the applicant from the video at this stage. So moderator, we're going to drop you now from video. It'll just be the panel because we are now in committee. And panel, any thoughts on this one? Anyone ready for a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have no difficulty with this application. It's very straightforward. It's enclosing a front porch, and I think some of the confusion is around the drawings that were submitted and when something is considered a building and when it isn't considered a building. Basically, I don't think there's going to be any change to the existing character other than there's going to be an enclosure, and the other changes are internal. So I don't have any difficulty with it. The difficulty I have is with the planning department's condition. I personally would not tie this decision to those drawings. They're extremely confusing. They're hard to read. It might partially be the fact that we're not getting great resolution on our computers, but if you tie it to those plans, you might very well down the road have somebody not really understanding what the condition means. I would suggest as an alternative, and maybe the Deputy Secretary Treasurer could weigh in on this, that instead of the hand-drawn site plan, which to my way of thinking is not clear, that the drawing that be used for reference is the, I guess it's the survey plan, which is on the, which I have here on my screen. It's clear, and basically if we reference that the setback applies only to the enclosed front porch as indicated on, or the footprint of which is indicated on this drawing, I think that's clearer than what planning is suggested.
Okay, that's interesting. Makes sense. Any other quick comments on this one? I know I agree with you, Mr. Nipfel. I'm old enough to remember hand-drawn drafting drawings that were done by a draftsman, and those drawings you could stake your life on in the days prior to computer graphics and computer drafting. This, to my mind, this is not of that same caliber. These drawings are sketches, in my view, as compared to hand drafting that used to be done. My gosh, it's going on to 40 years ago now. But anyhow, your idea makes sense to me. Any other thoughts? Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, if there's nobody else that has a concern, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the planning department condition, but with the advice of the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I'd like to substitute the drawing that's referenced with the survey plan that's been submitted because I believe it to be clearer.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, show of hands, please. And that motion is carried. The application is so approved. Thank you. Now, okay, at this stage, I'm going to recess, just for a very brief recess, 5 minutes. So we'll take a 5-minute recess and resume at 11:30. Thank you. We resume. And we resume on item number 10, 437 O'Connor Drive. On 437 O'Connor, the panel has before it material submitted, revised site plans from 24 June, and a cover letter from the agent 24 June. There was commenting report from City Planning and also from Transportation Services, Parking and Administration. So we'll ask the agent please to join us by stating your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's Chris Molinos.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Okay. Panel members, we have the agent with us. Any questions? Would anyone like a presentation? Mr.
Chair, I think there appear to be a number of changes to the variances here today, so I wonder if maybe we could go through. I also really need a good explanation of the parking. I couldn't quite wrap my head around exactly where the parking situation landed, so maybe he can update us on that as well.
Mr.
Very
Clay,
good. Okay, so
my pleasure. We were somewhat confused when we were making the application as well. The property is a corner property that basically has a front entrance on North Ridge, although it has a O'Connor Drive address. So during the application processes, it was really unclear as to what the front entrance was, or front yard parking space versus side yard parking space. So upon receiving comments from Transportation Services, we opted to take the path of least resistance, which is to delete the parking spot off of O'Connor, although all the homes along O'Connor have parking off of O'Connor, and basically introduce the parking space that's already noted on the application, which is the entrance off of Northridge.
Okay, and the other question we had for you that was put to you was about the variances. We're dealing with.
I can quickly answer that. Any of the variances related to parking are deleted, and the other variances remain.
The question put
Because
to you
all
by
the variances related on this application are related to the O'Connor parking spot, which was not supported by Transportation Services. And as the revision, we have deleted that spot moving forward.
I'm going to ask the panel member to repeat his question about variances. Go ahead, Larry.
No, I think I saw on some of the supplementary material there were a number of variances deleted. I just wanted to confirm what they were. So maybe we can just go through them for our benefit. But also, again, on the parking, on the site plan, I was confused. It looked like there was a parking pad in the rear of the lot. I'm not sure if that stays or is parking being accommodated through the integral garage.
That space stays.
Okay.
The current garage is deleted and is part of the living space of the renovation.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And if you could just confirm for us the actual number of the variances that have been deleted.
Let's put up the variant. Let's just go through this slowly. We'll put up the variances first of all. Here's what we're dealing with, applicant. We have these 7. So if you could go through these, please, and tell us which ones stand and whether there are any changes.
Okay, the first variance is now deleted.
I beg your pardon.
That's related to parking.
No, I'm not. No. All I'm asking you, what I'm trying to do now is to define the variances that you are requesting. So don't worry about the technicalities of what they involve. There are 7 variances that we're showing. Is that correct, or are some of these deleted or changed?
Some of them are deleted. I will answer your questions by the ones that remain. Variance 2 is requested. Variance 3 is requested. Variance 4 is requested. And that is all.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to clarify, variances number 1, 5, 6, and 7 are being removed, which only leaves us with variances 2, 3, and 4, as well as the purpose of application should be amended to remove 1 parking space in the front yard.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That, for clarity, that does help us. Thank you. Ms. Valentini, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. It's sort of piggybacking on to Larry's question about the parking spot in the, I guess, the rear yard or side yard. And the transportation staff report and the condition that because the integral garage is now being converted into living space, typically we see there's a condition that requires that the obsolete driveway be removed and the curb cut be removed and the boulevards restored to softscape. But as far as I can tell, you're still going to have a parking spot, albeit further down your lot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so my concern is if we impose this condition, I'm assuming you don't have a curb cut further down your lot. Are you going to be applying for a new curb cut, or how's that going to work?
We will be making application for a curb cut and a reinstatement of the existing curb.
Okay, so this condition will not impact your ability to move the parking space down?
No.
To a new location. You still have the opportunity to apply for a curb cut through transportation?
Correct.
For the new parking. Okay, thank you. I just was worried that this condition could impact your ability to have that parking space. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. That gives us clarity once again. Okay. Very good. At this stage then, unless there are any further questions, matters of clarification, let's move the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, unless my colleagues have any other comments, I'm prepared to move a motion of approval. And in reference to that, if you could pull up the first drawing under the plans, that is the clear, I had the same problem with determining where the parking was. And it's the clearest drawing of all to indicate where the proposed parking is going to be. And it's, yes, the very top drawing. Do you see there's a car space to the left of the building? There's a garage currently where the building is indented back. It's going to be habitable space. And then this car on the right-hand side, which has access to O'Connor, has been deleted from the application. It took me a long time to figure that out, so I'm happy to share that with anybody who else might have been confused. I think that notwithstanding the concerns and the, I think the legitimate observation that other people have cars on O'Connor, notwithstanding that, I think the revised proposal is reasonable. I don't have any difficulty with it. It certainly doesn't create any problems for any of the adjacent owners or the surrounding community as far as I can see. And therefore, I'd like to move approval of it, subject to the transportation condition. And I don't know that we need to put the planning condition in because the deletions that have been made by the applicant, in fact, are implementing the planning condition.
Very good. Is there a second to that? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, please show hands.
As amended.
As amended.
Yep.
And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to approve the application as amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And the panel moves to number 11-710 Kingston Road. On 710 Kingston Road, we're looking at the materials which were submitted at a revised set of plans from June 14. There are two cover letters from the agent, March 4 and June 14. And there is a previous Committee of Adjustment decision from 2003, which affected the property. So we shall ask the we'll ask the agent to join us, and just before I do that, I will ask the moderator. Moderator, I'm showing here that we do have one registered speaker in opposition at this stage. Okay. And is that registered person standing by?
Sorry, I only have Sean McGaffey as a registered speaker. I don't have anyone in opposition.
Is okay. Okay. I'm showing Martin Hayes at 3 Walter Street standing by, registered for in opposition.
Yep, I have Martin Hayes on the line.
He's in opposition, correct? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So very good. Okay, then we'll go to the agent and ask the agent to join us. Please state your name.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean McGaffey. I'm a senior planner with W&D Associates at 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970.
Very good. Sean, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, sorry, can I just interrupt for 1 second as a point of clarification before Mr. McGaffey goes into his presentation? I wrote a note here asking if is there revisions to the zoning notice? I noticed in the correspondence, I think from his office and the cover letter, that there was a revision made in June, I think, to the zoning notice. Is that the correct one we have before us? Can we just have clarification on that?
Important. Thank you.
If I may,
it could just be, yeah.
This is to you, Mr. McGaffney. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. If I may, that revised notice is up on the AIC as dated June 10th, and the variances in the revised public notice that you will have received are correctly reflect that revised zoning notice. I just notice that the one that's on the screen right now is actually the previous zoning.
That's what so I was
public
going to maybe
notice.
ask staff what if there was an updated notice that we need.
Yes, there was an updated notice mailed around. It should be dated Sunday, June 26th before me, titled Revised Public Hearing Notice.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could you just give me 2 minutes? I just want to bring this up on the screen.
Okay. So we're just going to stand by while the Deputy Secretary Treasurer brings this up on the screen.
There we
Through you,
go.
Mr.
That's
Chair.
great.
So we do have now the revised notice up on the screen.
Thank you. Yes, this one is correct.
And so the revision would have been for variance number 3 and 4 and
Yes.
9
That's correct.
as bolded.
So then this is the notice that got circulated, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. That
Okay.
Could the applicant go over those 3 variances just so we're all on the same?
If you'd begin your
page?
presentation doing that, please. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'll just begin by saying some of these variances here before you are largely driven by the designation that applies to the site as well as the bylaw zone that follows that. It's placed within the R zone, notwithstanding it being a non-residential building on Kingston Road. So there was a note about the previous decision here. In 2004, the Committee of Adjustment approved a variance to permit the establishment of an office use on the property. It was previously used as I believe, a Health Canada office, although the reason that the application that you see before you today is not a continuation or expansion of a legal non-conforming use is because of the fact that the office use of the property ceased, and therefore that continuous use of the property for that use does not apply, and we have to seek a variance before you today for medical office use. My client currently operates a dermatology practice on Danforth Road, just north of here at Main and Danforth, Facet Dermatology. She intends to relocate the business to this new property here on Kingston Road. And we and her have worked with Super Cool Architects to develop a 2.47 meter rear addition to the existing 2-story building, as well as a 3-story addition on top of that. And I'll add that there's a bit of wonkiness, I'll say, going on with the FSI here, because if you're familiar with a commercial or mixed-use building, typically in a CR zone, there's a number of exclusions from the calculation of floor area. In this case, because the building is a non-residential building located in an R zone, none of those otherwise exclusions apply. And when I say exclusions, I mean things like an elevator core, the stair corridor, a mechanical room. So really the FSI has been revised to, it represents everything, I'll call it, wall to wall on every floor, as well as the variance 4 that you see there. Again, this is for a pretty minor portion of, or that 2.47 meter portion of the building that's being added to the rear. There is a 1.86 meter setback provided there, which is a continuation of the current condition. And as well on the west side, there's a 0 meter setback provided, which again is a continuation of the existing condition. If I may just speak to the parking aspect a bit here as well. So the property is accessed by a right-of-way from Walter Street. It provides access to the rear yard area right now, which is presently it's covered with wood. It's like a really low deck, but the entire thing is wood. There's proposed to be 3 parking spaces back there. One I'll call normal, one is an accessible space, and one is a tandem space. And if you turn your attention to the site plan, you'll see why.
Just a second now. We'll pull up the site plan, please.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, these are actually the old plans. If I could see the revised plans, page 4, please. Thank you. So you see here the area that's bubbled in the back. That's the proposed rear addition, and then of course the 3rd story addition over everything. The variance for the rear deck that you see is actually for that little staircase here on the northernmost side of the building, just to the left of the accessible parking space. Again, there's many variances here being driven by the zone category that this building finds itself in, as opposed to a typical CR zone for something like this. And you can see on the right side of the screen here, the right-of-way and how it does not extend all the way to the, I'll call it the eastern side of the property. So that's the reason that farther space is a tandem spot. So, you know, in 569, a tandem spot is a spot that is accessed through another space. And so to access that tandem space, it would be accessed through the accessible parking space. You know, obviously that's not a condition that you would typically see for public parking and things like that. You know, you see that in office buildings. I know here at our office building has tandem parking. So that's really likely going to be used for staff, where the access can be controlled and dealt with. The owner's current building and service functions on Danforth Avenue with 0 on-site parking. So she expects that condition will be maintained through here with most people either arriving, being dropped off for medical procedures or Uber or transit, those sorts of aspects. And just overall, I mean, it's what I would say is a desirable reinvestment in a commercial building along Kingston Road to, you know, open up the ground floor, provide new retail use as well as medical office. And we here at our office, and myself included, have evaluated it under the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and I do find that it meets or maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan as well as the zoning bylaw. It's appropriate and desirable for the development of the property, and they're minor in nature. And I actually think it's quite a topical application given the reporting that was adopted at Planning and Housing Committee yesterday regarding this exact issue before you of small scale commercial operations within the neighborhoods designation.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Panel members, questions at this time before we go to the speaker? Okay, Mr. Nipfel and Ms. Clay or Ms. Valentini to follow. Mr. Clay,
thank you
Nipfel,
for introducing the tandem parking space. It was the thing I didn't understand, and I'm not clear now. In order to access that, it assumes that the accessible parking space is empty. Is that correct? And you drive through it, and you do a lot of shifting back and forth to get into the tandem space. Is it possible where the right-of-way ends, is that space there that extends further down the drawing? Is that paved? Can you actually drive and then drive into the tandem space?
It will be hard surfaced, yes. I'm not sure specifically what will be used yet, but what you're seeing as the 1.12 meter portion, it's not enough to maneuver a whole car wholly on the site. So we do have to have this legal tandem condition from buildings staff here. You know, here at our office.
It assumes the accessible parking space is empty when you're using the tandem one. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be what would happen. Essentially, that tandem spot would be filled first by staff, and then dealt with. And
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to circle back to the parking, along this sort of stretch of Kingston Road, I think well, can you let me know, is there on-street parking at various times available for, customers or clients?
On Kingston Road itself, I can't say with any certainty for you. I know when I visited the site, I parked on one of the side streets where on-street parking was available. Quite honestly, I didn't try and park on Kingston Road. It was just quite a lot going on in the streetcar and things like that.
Okay, for some reason I thought there was portions of Kingston Road along here that you could maybe do some on-street parking here and there, but that's fine. There is parking available in the area, correct?
Yes, and actually, as you're saying that, I'm just looking at Street View, and the sign out front restricts it between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. So you could very well be right that on-street parking is available.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, then let's go to the registered speaker standing by in opposition. Ask that person to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hi, good morning. Just looking to put on my video. Is that something that... Thank you. Hi, good morning. Am I coming across?
Good morning. Your name is what?
It's Martin Haynes. I'm the
okay.
Owner at 3 Walter Street, the adjacent property.
Okay.
My wife is here off camera as well, Nicola Gray, also owner of the property. I do want to say, committee, that a neighbor that had attempted to register as an objector. Her name is Hang Zhang, and she is online right now, and has asked me to request that she offer a few words as well. She's the owner of 708, so the neighboring property as well.
Let's go ahead with your you did pre-register, so please go ahead and let's have your comments, please.
I'm gonna try to summarize quickly. I know there's only 5 minutes. The bulk of my concern is the parking that both committee members sort of raised as the obvious challenge with the plan, the proposed plan. But I'll summarize quickly. There was no consultation. In fact, we haven't met the owner, the doctor whose practice is going to be moving there until after we had received the notice from the city. The drawings that we had received were very low fidelity, so there's very little detail, in particular about the 3rd floor addition, which we have concerns about the obstruction of the southern facing side. I'll note that with the plans that are available here, the amended notice did not include the updated plan, so I'm still looking at the paper versions of the original site plan. Only the variances themselves were updated. As I mentioned, the parking is our primary concern. In addition to being inaccessible, our property line extends into the right of way, and so we're concerned that an increase of traffic. The previous owner and the owner before that had used it only as a tandem, typical sort of mutual drive usage, and so there wasn't an expectation of a significant amount of vehicular traffic. There's already a dry cleaner at the corner and a dog groomer at the corner as well, and we are constantly sort of suffering from illegal obstruction and people with hazards on as it is. So we're quite concerned that the increase in traffic will only make matters worse. I want to get onto my summary list. There was a significant loss of trees and canopies before we had even met the applicant. A mature black oak, which is a very rare tree for urban forestry, was removed without consultation. The tree removal showed up in the middle of the day, blocked us in, and took down the tree. I called urban forestry to get permits, but was not even aware that that this was going to be happening, and it's significantly changed the landscape of what has primarily been a residential backyard. The previous owner was using that area as Mr. McGaffey indicated, as a shared space for staff. And as the columnist note, as Lisa had mentioned, there is available street parking on Kingston Road. In fact, right in front of the building, a little further west, in front of the Grover, there are paid spots that are available as well. So the the need for to essentially turn this laneway into a road is not at all obvious to me. I do want to, in addition to sort of focus on the massive variance in terms of setback and overall floor space for the proposed renovation. In addition to having tremendous concerns about the height, the size of the property is essentially going to be almost tripled. Neighbors have expressed concern, but unfortunately the availability of folks to take off a significant part of the morning to be a part of the hearing is limited. But it's a concern that that other neighbors share.
Thank you very much.
Just looking quickly through my notes, I think, oh yes, the most significant thing regarding parking is the turning radius. The committee member mentioned that the accessible parking is a condition of this of this proposed arrangement, but even without that spot, the ability to pull into these spots, the laneway is currently just a car width. So the ability to pull into this spot would require constant encroachment of the property that extends into the laneway for 3 Walter. The corner property where the neighbor to the west had a significant accident where someone was attempting to park and took out
I must ask for your final comment now, please.
Corner of the building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on the parking in this right away. It's not attached to a public laneway or a laneway. Is it just like a small access driveway for, I'm assuming I don't know if you know, that the properties on Kingston Road, the few that are on the corner?
It's actually it's a severed laneway. So 718, which is the condo, would have originally extended, and right now there's a fence there, and so the only properties that have access to the laneway currently are mine and my neighbor, who's I said on the call, Ms. Zhang, and at 708.
Okay, and so does that mean, do you have access for parking off that laneway as well? Is that how it works?
I can fully park on our side,
I see.
by with the portion that is beyond the mutual, and the ability to park there will be removed by the proposed parking the tandem spot.
The ability to park on your spot will be limited?
On my side, there'd be no way, short of the zigzagging that the committee member mentioned, to actually get in there if I were to park on my property line to the fence.
You've been parking there?
We park on the street. We park overnight. The previous owner used the spot during the day, and she would just park in the laneway itself, and we would clear for her. So, like I said, it was much more like a typical mutual that you would see in the neighborhood, where neighbors sort of get around each other.
But for you to park there, would it mean that you were parking solely on your property, or were you parking in fact on the part of the mutual as well?
I can park solely on my property without actually encroaching on the middle of the property line.
Okay, and just to be clear, your ability to do that would be impacted by this proposal. In what way? Does it make it impossible for you to do that, or what does it mean?
It would make it impossible for us to simultaneously park. You wouldn't be able to get out. I could get out because I'm parking vertically with the lane, but anyone trying to park tandem would not be able to get in or out. And you can see that, I think, clearly if you look at the site plan. You know, the scale of these things is often very difficult, but the point here is that the laneway itself is right. So the right of way and the red line dividing it, that's barely more than a car width.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one further question, and then we'll see if anyone else does. I was confused because in your presentation, you had said originally that there was no consultation with the applicant, and then later on you talked about before you met with the applicant. So let me just get it straight. Did you actually have a chance to speak to the applicant or not?
Yes, I met Gita is her first name. She came around just about a week and a half ago to introduce herself, but this was the first. They've owned the building for pretty much the entire pandemic, so almost 2 years now.
Okay, thank you. Other questions now? Sorry, panel members. Ms. Valentini, go ahead, and then Mr. Nipfel.
Yes, thank you. In terms of the right-of-way, do you have like legal access to? Is it, registered as part on your property? Do you have legal access to use the right-of-way to gain access to the parking in the back? Do you know?
I don't know, but that has been
Okay.
the typical use. We've been here for more than 10 years, and
Okay, you've always
that's-
done that.
And we've done that. We park at the back so that in particular the neighbor at 708 can access the parking on the other side of what's indicated as the chain link fence.
Okay, but you don't know if you have legal access over the right-of-way.
I do not.
Or no. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel.
Just wanted to clarify how you get into your parking. Using the site plan as the basis for the question, you drive down the right of way. Correct me if I'm wrong, this is my understanding, but you go further down and you make according to this drawing, you'd make a right turn onto your property at the back of your property. Is that correct?
Is that to me, Mr. Nifel?
Yes, it is
Yes,
to you.
sorry,
Yes,
it is,
yes,
yeah.
it is.
Yeah. So exactly. I back in, and then pull against the fence on my side of the right of way.
Okay, so you're parking at right angles to those three spaces that are shown on
Exactly. Exactly. And
you're using the space beyond the right of way for your maneuvering, correct?
Exactly.
Would it work better? Would you be able to get access easier if the tandem parking space and the other parking space were rotated so they parked in the same direction as you and the accessible parking space was at the top? My understanding is that none of this works if the accessible parking space is used. So on the assumption that the parking space and the tandem space get used after or before the accessible parking space is used, I'm just wondering if by reconfiguring those three spaces and the accessible one goes to the top and the bottom two go to the bottom, the parking and the tandem go to the bottom, but they turn so that they're parking in the same direction as you. Does that make things easier for you, or does it make no difference?
That's the most. I mean, so two things. That's what we see in the neighborhood, and all the way into Withrow Park and other neighborhoods where mutual drives are common. Parking in the orientation of the street. But I was cut off at the end of my 5 minutes. But the other significant issue is that we have people who are driving potentially large vehicles back there. The orientation right now puts my property at great risk of an accidental acceleration.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's been your comments have been very helpful. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for this speaker? Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to the speaker had made reference to the owner of 708 wishing to speak. And on that, since the committee began doing online virtual hearings, we've had a rule of pre-registration. It's an important rule in terms of keeping things able to move forward. In the interest of consistency, although we'd like to hear comments, but in the interest of consistency and fairness, I'm going to have to say, no, we can't hear from that person because of failure to pre-register. So at this point, we've heard from the speaker in opposition. We'll go back now to the applicant, who will have a chance to rebut the issues that have been raised by the speaker. Let's go back to the applicant, please.
Thank you, and thanks to Mr. Haynes for his comments here. I think I can address most, if not all of them, quickly for you. In terms of setbacks, height, and orientation towards the property to the north, Mr. Haynes' property, we're not seeking any relief for the setback to the north. We do not have any windows oriented or in that northern elevation that will present a privacy concern, nor is there any amenity space or balconies or roof decks or anything like that proposed that could otherwise impact the enjoyment of his property. My client has legal access across that right-of-way secured on title to this property, and in my opinion, it's logical and correct that we use that to provide access to the rear of this property for parking. The variance, and I understand Mr. Nipfell's comments about the orientation of those spaces and could they be oriented in a different way, and that's certainly a potential that we could work with Mr. Haynes on down the line. But there is a reality here that my client does have access to these spaces from Walter Street through a legal right-of-way agreement, and that right-of-way is shared across 708 Kingston Road as well, to the immediate west. And there may have to be some changes to how people park and use this right-of-way access. When I visited the site, the right-of-way was blocked and obstructed with vehicles. This is a legal title registered right-of-way to my client's property.
Do you mean it was obstructed with people doing street parking?
No. I observed a vehicle parked in the laneway behind 708 Kingston Road, so I was not able to drive back there myself, but I did attend the site. I did take photos of the conditions, and I have, experience in that neighborhood. This will function. It may not function exactly how it does today, but it will function in accordance with, transportation services requirements, building permit requirements, and legal requirements as established through the right-of-way agreement. I'm happy to address any other questions, but like I said, that tandem parking space will likely end up being reserved for the owner who would park there first. And it's a common condition that you would see at many office buildings in the city. I know even downstairs right now.
I have a question then for you. The parking appears to be the issue here that we're trying to find our way through. And this site plan doesn't give us a full picture of 708. When you say you tried to drive in...
Sorry, if we could turn to the survey, I think it'll illustrate 708 Kingston better for you. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. And maybe we'll just zoom in on sort of the middle portion there where we can see labeled right-of-way as instrument CA 223550. So you can see here, it's a pretty typical right-of-way. It's about 1 meter on either side of the common properties. That's relatively typical. And Mr. Haynes is right. It is a little tight. 2.1 meters is not even meet the minimum required space for a parking space. So anyways, that's it's not a laneway. It's not an abandoned laneway. It's not a severed laneway. It's a right-of-way agreement registered across those properties, and it provides access to my client's property, and that's how she accesses the rear of the property.
When you say you were obstructed by the cars parked on 708, were they parked east-west or north-south?
They were parked parallel with the agreement. I don't know whose car that was, sir.
No, but were they parked east-west or north-south?
They would be oriented east-west, parallel to the laneway, right-of-way.
Very good. Any other questions, panel, for the Ms. Valentini? Go ahead.
Yeah, just looking at the survey. So where does the property line end for the properties on Kingston Road? There's, I mean,
So
I can't point to anything, but there's a solid
No.
line that runs,
So
and it says deed line. Is that the end of the property
yes.
lines?
So if you look at where, yes, where there's a diagonal line labeled overhead wire that travels northeast and it intersects the dark line there labeled
Yeah,
deed
I see it.
line.
Yeah,
That,
yes.
that dark line is the boundary of the property, and you can see there that the right-of-way is registered over the first 1.12 meters of the northern portion of the subject site for a west-east dimension of 5.86 meters.
And so whose property is this right of way running over? Is it number 3 or is it the rest of the other properties on Kingston Road? I feel like it's,
So
anyway.
if I may, it's registered over the southern side yard of number 3 Walter Street and the northern rear yard of 708 Kingston Road.
Okay, so number 3 does have access to the right of way.
Yes, of course.
It's over his property, yes.
Over that portion of his property, yes, and over a portion of 708 and a portion of 710.
Okay, that's clearer for me now. Thank you.
Mr. Clay.
Yeah, one last question. I think you're right. I mean, the parking sounds like it's the major issue. Carl, I think, came up with an interesting alternative, and you indicated that you might be willing to look at that. And I wonder, it seems to me that if you could reorient the parking in behind there, that will go a long way to satisfy the owner at number 3. You indicated you would look at that. Is that something that you could in fact do? It doesn't sound like it's a huge deal or an imposition on you, and it would probably make a world of difference to number 3.
Yeah, if I may just have 10 seconds here to review the variances to make sure that I think it would
Take your
address.
time. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, take your time and make that review.
Provided we get the relief for the number of spaces and the tandem configuration and the width of one space, I don't see any additional zoning relief that would be required to revise that orientation. So it's certainly something that we could explore with Mr. Hayes. I don't think it's the owner's intention to create an adverse condition for adjacent property owners. This is just a condition that works. And provided we receive the requested relief, I think it can function in an alternate configuration.
Okay, thank you.
Great. When you say the requested relief, does that change the variances at all or not?
I don't believe so, Mr. Clay, just based on my review here. The access to the space is already covered off by way of the existing right-of-way agreement, and provided, like I said, we still have the acknowledgement for that tandem space because of the right-of-way. It doesn't extend all the way. I think it would. There is perhaps an alternate configuration with that same number of spaces that would work.
That's great. That's great. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
It is very helpful. Very good. I think we're ready at this stage then to take the application into committee. So there we are. We are just now ourselves in committee. I'll ask the moderator to just reduce to the committee itself, please. And we can begin with comments people might wish to offer. I'm sure there are some about this. Panel members, we're in committee now. Go ahead. Mr. Bike, go ahead.
I think Zahir's muted.
No.
Now we hear
Hold
you.
on, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I don't think this is, sorry, I'm beginning again. I think overall this proposal is a very sound one. It's a positive change to the neighborhood and the streetscape, as well as bringing into the neighborhood services that presumably would have a clientele that would be looking forward to this. the issue, as you've all deliberated on, is the parking issue. And as it stands, I don't believe we can actually impose a condition that the configuration change. I think the agent seems to have given it considerable thought, and hopefully will be able to come up with a different configuration that would satisfy everybody in the area concerned. As it stands, I think it's a proposal that I would be quite able to support.
Thank you. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure we can't oppose a condition, frankly. I don't know why we wouldn't be able to. I mean, I think the applicant expressed some support for that. And I don't think it would be, I think it would give the owner at 3 a little bit of comfort. And I think the condition could be something as generic as that the applicant will reconfigure the parking spaces in behind to eliminate any conflict with parking at number 3 or something to that effect. It just doesn't seem to me to be a problem doing something like that.
In that we have an internal kind of dichotomy of thought on that, I'm going to allow or ask for some guidance from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer on that point.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's not what's before the committee today, and we don't know what that reconfiguration will look like and if it'll create additional variances, because it's not something that was reviewed, so I would caution imposing that condition.
Could we do something in the way of Mr. Clay was referring to of asking, it would have to be softer language, asking for that the applicant explore with the neighbor at 3 Walter reconfiguration?
How would they fulfill that condition, though, in order for the building division to issue permit?
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Other thoughts here, panel? Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
My only comment was going to be, and I certainly welcome Sabrina's input. I agree with Larry. I think a condition would be reasonable. I would be a little uncomfortable if we said it has to be reconfigured, because after exploring all the alternatives, there might be problems that we haven't identified. To me, it looks as though it could be reconfigured advantageously. I'm wondering if the issue isn't then the wording, and could the condition be that the applicant agrees to work collaboratively with the owner at number 3 to explore reconfiguring of the parking spaces? And it seems to me that there's a willingness and good faith on the part of both parties, and I would think that kind of general condition might reap some benefits.
And I'd like to see us go that way. I guess the question is if such a condition is enforceable, or if it's too, if it's too vague. Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
The problem is, I think we've already heard from staff that who is going to, be able to check or to say that condition's been satisfied. I mean, they're not going to, be able to get their variance unless that condition is satisfied. So I'm not sure, as Sabrina has suggested or said, that they won't be able to get a building permit, and I'm not sure how that condition is able to be satisfied.
And when
I like the idea in principle, but I'm concerned as well, as staff has suggested, that condition is going to be difficult to satisfy.
But when I think about it again, and then Mr. Clay after me, but when I think about it again, I can now sense that there's pretty broad agreement amongst the panel members that approving it as it stands is not what we really want. We really want this option of the reconfiguration of parking to be included if possible. So I don't think we should give up on the idea of I think we should, I don't want the idea of giving up on that reconfiguration just because it isn't necessarily enforceable. So let's think about this some more. Mr. Clay, please.
Yeah, again, one final point. I kind of like what Carl suggested. I think a condition, we've imposed conditions in the past for consultation. I don't think that's a challenge. And regardless of enforcement, I think Sabrina's right. I mean, there's always a challenge of enforcement. I look a little bit beyond that in the context that, you know, if this, hopefully not, were ever to be appealed to TLAB would look at what the committee's intent was. And if the committee's intent was that there be collaboration or discussions or attempts to try and resolve this thing, then I think that would be a factor in any kind of appeal scenario. So I'm kind of inclined, notwithstanding.
Okay, Larry, just so you know, we have lost your voice. Larry, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but we have lost your voice.
He can't hear us.
So maybe to kickstart this, I'll just move a motion.
Go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, before Larry puts in a motion, perhaps what I can suggest is that instead of it being a condition, it's for the record. So it's noted in the minutes about the discussion for reconfiguration of that rear yard parking.
There's an idea. That may
Sure,
be the way out for the
I
record.
think that's a great suggestion, Sabrina. So why don't we just move this one along, and I will move approval of this application. I guess it's, yeah, there's no amended application. Was there an amendment to the variances? No. We'll move approval of this application with a comment, I guess.
For the record.
Along the lines of that the applicant and the owner of number 3 have discussions to try and resolve any outstanding concerns with.
Friendly amendment. And I'd like to see what you just said, Larry, prefaced by "for the record."
Yeah, sure.
Which rather than saying as a condition, we're going to say "for the record."
I didn't say. I was saying I was going to make it as a comment or a recommendation, but regardless, whatever wordings.
Mr. Nipfel?
Did you reference it to parking or just generally? Your voice cut out a few times.
Yeah,
sorry, I was just referring to parking, Carl. I don't think there were any concerns with respect to.
That's great. You didn't say parking though, so I thought we should probably add parking as that's the issue we're looking at. Okay.
Yeah,
I'd be happy to second that.
Okay. Let's just check with staff. If staff, were you able to get that with Larry? You did cut in and out there a couple of times, so I'm just checking for that reason. We do have a written record of the motion. Okay. So it is moved and seconded to approve the application with that "for the record" comment. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion. The application is so approved. Thank you very much, panel. Takes us along to number 12, 129 Hazelton Ave, on which application panel has before it submitted materials. There is a previous...
Hello, Mr. Chair.
There is a previous Committee of Adjustment decision from 2013. There is a heritage property search detail, and there is correspondence in opposition from the following addresses on Hazelton: 125, 127, and once again 125 and 125. So and on this application, we do not have anyone registered at this stage in opposition. So let's have the owner. Just let me check with the moderator. Is that true, moderator? The person registered in opposition has been shown on my copy of.
I have Winnie Pan in opposition. I'm requesting a phone call, but I'm not sure if she's still actively on the list.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Winnie will not be speaking, so it's just the agent, which is Daniel Adamo.
Thank you very much. So, yes, so we do not have any registered speakers standing by to speak in opposition. So we shall now have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Adamo, principal of IDPM Inc. and agent of the owner. I appreciate this opportunity to be here today to discuss the requested variances for 129 Hazelton Avenue.
Very good. Thank you. Panel members, any questions, or would anyone like a presentation on the application? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
At your east elevation, I think it's the east elevation, that the pergola is open from at the top.
That's correct. In fact, the pergola is open from all sides, including the top. The top consists of operable aluminum louvers or composite louvers with openings in between for snow and rain to pass through.
Perfect.
And also for anybody who wants a line of sight of my client's backyard grading, that as well as possible.
Thank you. Pardon me.
Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
Thank you. Could you clarify what the surface is underneath the rear yard pergola?
Yes, the surface is to remain soft.
Grass or it's grass?
Yes, it's grass, and there's a small section of it closest to the house that consists of pavers and a raised concrete porch.
Okay, and your assessment was included that so that there isn't any further landscape variances required.
That's correct. In fact, if you go to S204 in the drawing package, this is where you'd be able to see that most clearly. Yes, there you go. So the pavers are labeled there, closest to the house or closer to the house. And the rest of the area is existing landscaping, which is softscaping.
Is there a line? This drawing doesn't indicate where the pavers end and the softscape starts. Is there a drawing that indicates that?
The site plan does not include that.
No, because it's got the pergola.
However, I could give you an approximate figure for the distance that sticks out from the house. It's approximately 125. Sorry, hold on one second. It's approximately 3.7 meters in total.
Okay, my concern is that I would like some record of where the softscape is that we could refer to, because down the road I wouldn't want to see all of the softscape disappearing in favor of hardscaping.
Understood. In fact, I'm just looking over the survey that might actually have some record of that. There's some detail on the survey. If you bring the survey up of the porch. Let me just see here.
See, the survey doesn't, the survey indicates just the porch, and then the rest of the rear yard, which I gather some of that's got paving and some of it's grass.
There is alternatively, there is a grouping of photographs that's correspondence from July 5th, just yesterday. It's 5.65 megabytes. if you are to open that, you can see a visual via pictures of the backyard. There's quite an array of pictures there that should be able to give you several vantage points for that.
Alternatively, do you know what the percentage of the backyard is that's in soft landscaping currently?
I believe I could provide you that figure. 1 second.
So we could potentially tie it to that.
The existing backyard is 84. You know what? I could take a precise calculation of that as we speak, if you'd like.
Okay, I think that would be helpful if we move on.
Take your time and
maybe
make
come
that
back to
calculation, please.
It will only take a moment in any
Go ahead.
case. Thank you. So the existing soft scaping in the backyard, because there is a pathway going from the side to the backyard, which meets the pavers that are indicated in the elevation, which again, that connects to the porch that leads to the backyard entrance. But all of the soft scaping specifically is about 68.8 square meters.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with respect to the person who is not actually with us to speak, but who has written 3 times, this is Winnie Pan at 125, has written 3 times in opposition and concern. And basically the essence of her concerns are that the pergolas are oversized, and being oversized, they're ugly. So have you had a chance to see her communication to the?
I have read her communications.
Yeah. Could you respond to it, please?
Sure. I'm actually at a little bit of a loss to understand the basis for which she's making those claims. She doesn't really provide any more substance to the fact that it's large and ugly. And it could just simply be, I would argue, a subjective or, a subjective opinion about the design style of these particular pergolas. But I mean, she hasn't reached out to me directly. She hasn't reached out to my client. And one of her comments, one of the earliest comments, just to quote her here, she says that there will be no negotiation, and she keeps that in all caps. And she does not want to permit it, also in caps. She does not want to allow it. And she does not want to set a precedent in the Yorkville vicinity for erection of a pergola like this. So, I mean, this is the thing. I'm of course willing to talk to anybody who has any comments and would like to have a dignified conversation with me. But when I read something like this, I think it's fairly clear and indicative that this individual does not want to negotiate. And again, to quote her, she says she does not want to negotiate. So
okay, she does say that, yes. Okay, fine. Any further questions for the applicant? Anyone on panel? If not, we can take the application into committee for moving toward a motion, unless anyone has a comment first. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think this application is supportable. It addresses 2 concerns and it addresses them reasonably. One, it allows for percolation of the soil so that water isn't building up and running off into other properties. And it's also addressing a growing concern that we all have about the damage that sun can create on all of us and our surroundings. And so it's a way of filtering sunshine and making it the backyard more enjoyable during the summer months. I don't have any difficulty with it. The only question I would have, and it would be for Sabrina if possible, if we were to put a condition that the property is to have a minimum of 68 square meters of soft landscaping in the rear yard, I don't want to say that if that's actually less than the bylaw requirement. I don't think it is, but can you clarify that we're not getting ourselves into trouble if I added that condition?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just looking at the variances that are before us. And the reason for that condition.
It's to ensure, the reason for my condition there is that if you look at the drawings, there would be nothing that would prevent a subsequent owner or this owner from paving the entire area underneath the pergola, and I would like to avoid that. That's what I'm trying to safeguard.
Okay, so would you consider a condition that any future landscaping in the rear yard, that the space under the pergola would be of soft landscaping? And not
May I
actually
request to
tie-
speak? Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, if
Pardon me, applicant, we are in committee now.
Pardon me.
And it would be not tied to a certain square footage of area.
I think that probably would work. I would hate to see the entire backyard paved, and I just like to ensure that that doesn't happen. Not that I'm suggesting that that's the intention, but you never know down the road and subsequent owners what might happen.
Ms. Valentini.
Just the only other, I don't want to call it a concern, but I guess it kind of is that we want to make sure we're not boxing them in and providing more landscaping than they're legally required to under the bylaw as well. So as long as we're careful about how we word that condition. Because we can't make them, okay, I just raised that, like we can't, require them to have more than what the bylaw says, and there's not a variance for that, so.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that's why I had suggested more of wording of any future landscaping in the rear yard and not tie it to a measurement or an area. So.
Sounds like good wording to me, what the Deputy Secretary Treasurer has proposed there to create that intent. Okay, good. Are you ready, Mr. Niffel, with a motion then?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, unless anyone else has any concerns, I'd like to move approval of the application. I think it's a desirable application. I don't see there being a problem. I don't understand the objector's objection. And subject to the condition as worded and suggested by Sabrina, I think this application should be approved, and I therefore move that.
Thank you very much. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. So the motion is carried and the application is approved. Thank you. We're on now to number 13, 134 Millicent Ave. Millicent Street, sorry. We've got the submitted materials. There's a set of revised plans, June 16. There's a revisions to the post-public notice package. Revised plans, email correspondence from the zoning examiner. And there is comment from Transportation Services, June 20. And we'll bring on the agent now. Join us, please, agent, by stating your name.
Yes, my name is Ji-Kin Tong, or TK. I'm the owner of the property. And good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and all committee members.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you. I just want to point out one thing. Variance number 2, number 3, and number 4 are existing conditions of the garage.
Thank you for that. That's actually worth knowing. 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna see if any of the panel have other questions for you, or whether they'd
Okay.
like a presentation. Panel members, any? Not hearing any. Okay. Is anyone ready then with a motion on this application? Okay, on this one, I did have a question for you, with respect to minor variant. Oh, did you say that, you said that number 2 variance is removed, right? No, it's an existing condition. Okay, number 2 is existing, but it's badly deficient. You're basically 0 soft landscaping, where 75 is required, and you're telling us that it's an existing condition. But what could we do to mitigate that? This is an opportunity to improve that situation. What is the surface there now?
It's only about 6 inches between the laneway and the wall of the garage.
It's only 6 inches.
Yeah, I can build a planting container there. That's about all I can do.
All right. But it's only 6 inches long, or 6 inches wide.
Wide, yeah. It's along the long segment along the garage wall.
Okay. And what is the surface treatment there now, the existing?
Oh, it's concrete.
Okay. All right. It's very narrow. Maybe it's not an issue. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I think if we're in committee, I'll get this one started. I thought this was a really a pretty good application. It's about as close to as a right as you can get, given the existing conditions. I thought the configuration of this lot is that it's actually borders 2 laneways, right? The one in the rear and the one on the side.
Correct.
So it's actually a pretty good location for a laneway suite. And I look at the variances, and they are in total quite modest and minor. I think this wouldn't have a negative impact. There's no correspondence in opposition. I think it's an appropriate location for this kind of accommodation. So I don't know if my colleagues have any comments, but from my perspective, it looks fairly straightforward. And I'm prepared to move a motion to that effect if no one else has any further additions.
Anyone to second that? It is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And the vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Motion is carried. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
We go on to number 14, 19 Poplar Plains. And on this application, the materials that the panel is dealing with are those submitted by the applicant, plus an arborist report and tree protection plan prepared by Cohen and Master Tree and Shrub Services in March. So let's have the applicant join us, and first of all, I'll ask the moderator. Moderator, do we have one person standing by in opposition?
Jean-Marc withdrew his application to speak.
I beg your pardon?
The person signed up to speak in opposition withdrew their application to speak.
Okay, so there is no one standing by. Okay, in that case, a presentation won't be mandatory. Would anyone like a presentation on this application on the panel? No. Let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Jennifer Scholes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes. Okay, Jennifer.
Good afternoon.
Any questions for Jennifer, panel members? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Jennifer, this might not be a question to you so much as to Sabrina. Variance number 2, you meet the 0.69 times the area of the lot requirement of the bylaw. And I don't know what is the variance required because the square meters is slightly over, even though the percentage complies?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
If there are no further questions, let's take the application into committee for a motion. Or if there are any, Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This again is one of those very straightforward applications before us. There's nothing contentious, and I think it would be quite appropriate, pardon me. I'd like to move a motion to approve without any conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Ms. Valentini. Moved and seconded to approve. Panel members in favor, please show your hands. That's a unanimous vote to carry the motion.
Thank you very much.
And the application is approved. Thank you. And that brings us to item number 15, 475 Bloor Street West. We're looking at the materials submitted. There is an arborist report from Thompson Watson Consulting Arborists from March. We have staff reports from Transportation Services, Urban Forestry, and City Planning.
Through you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to ensure. Yes, the report is here. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to ensure that the report from City Planning is, that the members had a chance to review that with the conditions, because it was something that we received fairly late, but it is here. It's fine, thank you.
Okay, good. Ms. Valentini, yes?
Yes, just this is kind of to staff. In terms of the elevations, do we have the front elevation and rear elevation? Yeah, I had trouble with the PDF at some points. So do we have that, or is that somewhere else?
If I may, my name is Dino Dutra. I'm the applicant.
So, sorry, Dino, we're just about to introduce you. So
Oh,
thank you
sorry.
for your name, and you're now with the panel. Go ahead.
Oh, I just posted a rendering in a late submission this morning. If you can pull that up under the late submission file.
Yeah, it would be helpful to see what the elevations look like of the building. I mean, we have the, the floor plans and things, but
Yep.
We'll just take
There
a
are
moment.
elevations.
We'll take a moment and see if we can turn that up.
There you go.
There we go.
So the two properties to the left with BMV Books is the current owner that purchased 475, and that is the proposed new front elevation. It's a two-story building presently. He's expanding into the new build. So we're pretty much following the floor elevations and details of the adjoining building.
Thank you very much. Okay.
We
Mr.
have
Clay.
an elevation of what the rear of the building's gonna look like?
Yeah, it's just a block wall, just like the existing building. There are no windows facing the back.
Okay, so no windows, okay.
It's a residential zone. That's what he abuts onto at the rear.
And Mr. Clay, you had something, a question?
Yeah, no, I was just, I'm sure the applicant has seen transportation's comments. I'm just curious about their condition or the comment about the setback. Does that change the
No, if you
construction
pull
or
up the site plan,
configuration?
it's not a problem. We're,
Yeah.
we're talking, we're talking literally millimeters.
Okay,
If you
I-
pull up the site plan, the proposed, right there. That's what he's talking about there. If you zoom at the rear lane, yep, right there. So we're probably talking 10 millimeters. Not a big deal. He was talking about 481, aligning the back wall. And you can see all the buildings on the back lane are all pulled pretty tightly to the rear lot line.
right, so you'll just adjust your building envelope to.
Yeah, no, that's not an issue.
Okay.
Okay, then. If there are no further questions of the applicant, let's go. Ms. Valentini, go
Is
ahead.
that, yeah, just to kind of piggyback onto that one question, but that doesn't change your variances then, right?
No, it'll actually reduce it, but we can leave it the way it is. We'll just comply with the condition.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Can we get the front site or the front elevation up again? I just have one question. The proposal, which is the building on the right, you're mimicking the same size and shape of the windows, but you're not putting the keystones and the other architectural features that are on the two buildings at the BMW. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that just because of cost? Because it would have looked
Just
lovely
because
if
of
you
cost, yeah.
continued there. Okay.
Okay, then. At this point, I think we can take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a most interesting proposal for the neighborhood. Subway is very close by. So, when you're looking at parking spaces, I think it's a non-issue. I don't see any issues with any of the variances that have been presented. There's a forestry report, but
number 2.
Forestry condition number 2. And of course, the transportation conditions. And beyond that, I don't think there are any other issues that have been raised by city.
The strategic initiative report, it's in our added agenda.
Okay.
Recommendation.
Recommendations. That's correct. That's a thing. Thank you, Carl. Besides those, I think this is an application that I think is quite acceptable to me in terms of being. I can support it, and I'd like to move a motion to that effect with those 3 conditions that apply: forestry, planning, and transportation.
Thank you. Second to Mr. Byatt's motion. There is a second, Mr. Clay. It is moved and seconded to approve, subject to those 3 items. All those in favor, please show your hands. That vote, once again, is unanimous. The motion is carried and the application is approved. Thank you very much. We move to number 16, 340 Caledonia Road. And on this application, the only materials before the committee are those submitted with the application.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Could you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Alva Roy, the architect for 340 Caledonia Road. I'm here to present the application.
Thank you very much. Is there any one thing the panel should know about your application?
No, this is a very straightforward application regarding the, it was existing two-story house that my client wants to add it up one more story on top, like the other neighbors, and a little bit extension at the back, at the rear. So yeah, this is, we have two balcony in the front on the Caledonia is very busy street, which is one of number two. Our number two notes for zoning, and the other one, we increase 0.8 times the area of lot.
Okay.
I mean,
okay. It's I think we know what you're looking for.
Yep.
It does appear fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
Panel members, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question on the rear balcony. It looks like it's a green roof. The renderings have a tree or a bush or a shrub of some sort. Is that area accessible from the third story?
No, it's not accessible. It's just for the beauty. For looks like as a small garden from the inside. Because if you accessible it from inside, maybe neighbors doesn't like it, or maybe they invade the privacy of the neighbors. So that's why we keep it with a small balcony aligned with the other property on the side. Also, the other property on the side has a big, huge balcony, almost aligned with entire green roof. But we keep it as it is, and for privacy and just a view, just a scenery.
Right. So it's sort of like the actual balcony is just like a little Juliet, is it?
Yes, Mr. Clay.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Clay, is not like a Juliet. Is a real balcony, but not all the way to the end.
Oh, so someone will put like a chair or table or something.
If you go to the page number, just a second, let me find it. You have to go to page number 10, right? Yeah, right there. So in page number 10, you see the balcony is a real balcony at the back, but not all the way to the end.
So it is on the third floor. Is there any overlook concern?
There is a big property on the side, which the entire property is almost as big as our property, but in terms of view, I don't think so, because there are walls, just a wall. We are just back a little bit backward. So if you take a look in the dimension shows, number 10 again. It's 16.7 meter, and the other side property is the same, almost the same. But we have a big balcony on the third floor, which the other neighbor doesn't have that.
Yeah, I get your point. I'm just looking at the grade. I know Caledonia in that area, and it's very hilly. It looks like your property is a little bit higher grade than those to the south. So it just seems to me maybe we might want to think about some privacy screening on the sides, not necessarily on the back, but on the two sides.
Definitely, we can do it, Mr. Clay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Let's go into committee on this one, then and move to a motion. Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a commendable application. It's a very handsome building, and I think it's well thought out, particularly like the green roof and the relationship to the balcony. I would like to move approval, but subject to providing a 1.5 meter opaque privacy screening on the north and the south edges of the third floor balcony. And I'd also suggest that the approval be tied to drawing A10, A14, and A15. And the reason for that is to the very point that Mr. Clay raised, which is to show that there is a limit on the balcony, and then the larger area is a green roof that's not accessible. Otherwise, the balcony could be expanded out to the full length of the green roof, which is certainly not the intent of the application and not something that we are being asked to look at, but I'd like to safeguard against it.
Very good. Good points. Ms. Valentini seconding that? Thank you. It is moved and seconded to so approve the application. All those in favor, please show your hands. And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to approve the application. Thank you. Okay, on number 17, we have a request to defer. So we're going to, I'm just going to check first of all with the moderator. Moderator, is the person on number 17, William Chan, who was registered to speak in opposition, is he still standing by with us? Okay. All right. Let's go to the agent then and ask the agent to join us. State your name.
Yeah, my name is Hong Xingxin. I'm on behalf of 20 Huron Street.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tell us, please, why you would like to see the application deferred.
Yeah, actually, we submit our package, and then when the city planner did her review, she made several comments. We need time to address that comments, and also when we revise drawings, we also need to go back to the project preview to get the conditions updated. Yeah, that's why we need a little bit more time.
I'm sorry, the comment that you're referring to that you want to address, that comment was made by who?
By city's planner.
By planning. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay then. So that's for that reason you'd like to defer. Okay, I'm going to now go to the person standing by.
Thank you, committee.
And ask that person. So, William Chan, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you.
I do hear you, William. Yes, thank you. William, here's my question to you. Would you be in favor of seeing the application deferred, by which we mean that the application would be postponed, hearing it? And the reason is that the agent would like to address some comments and suggestions that were made to him by city planning. Would you be in favor of deferral, or would you prefer to hear the application heard today, this afternoon?
As a homeowner and as a neighbor, I am indifferent, and I defer to the committee's wiser judgment on whether to defer or not to defer this application. But my understanding is the comments made by the city were from the Transportation Committee are relatively minor in nature. But I defer to the committee's wisdom for this.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go to the committee now and see what their wisdom dictates with respect to deferral. Panel members, there is a request to defer here. Any thoughts, Ms. Valentini? Go ahead.
It's like it's more of a comment. I was going to ask what the planning concerns were, because we don't have those. So is that what we're trying, what needs to be addressed? Does staff know if there are planning comments?
Yeah, the comments actually, they want to switch that area to a green area. We don't really have the program to do that. And the owner actually had a second thought saying, you know what, we may need, in that case, we may need to reduce the size of the unit. Yeah, basically we will have a smaller secondary unit there. We will keep instead of.
Sorry, so the comments are relating to the size of the secondary unit. Is that what you're saying?
No, actually, the comment from the city related to to change the pavement to landscaping area. We totally agree with that. But in the meantime, the owner want to keep currently basically now. Originally he wanted to change the 3 parking garage to secondary units. Now he wants just change 2 parking garage to a secondary unit, basically the reduced size of the units.
So are these concerns raised by planning? I'm confused.
No. This concern is not by the planning. The planning is really related to, yeah.
Even though I don't see a variance for that.
No, there's no variance on that way, but because the city comments there, we try to work with the city.
Any other questions for the applicant panel? Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Just a quick question. I'm just looking at Google Map, and am I correct in saying that the area behind the actual home you're on, you actually have no green space? It's just all, it looks like a triple car garage. Is that still existing? So there's no green space at all?
Yeah, I think so.
Committee, may I speak for a second on the green space issue?
Just hang on a second, because we're not getting into, we are still dealing here with the issue of whether or not to defer. So we're not going to get into an exchange of thoughts on the beyond that. Let's come back to the question of whether or not to defer. And if I understand what the applicant is saying, I'm a little confused on it still, but applicant, the city, is it planning that spoke to you, or is it transportation that spoke to you and made suggestions? Could you answer me that?
Yeah, so we received comment from planning.
Planning
first.
Okay.
Yeah.
And their planning's suggestion was perhaps leading to a suggestion to reduce the size of the secondary unit. Is that correct?
No, that's our basically that's the owner's idea, because originally the owner was thinking they could keep the pavement, then he could have more parking space. But later, because coming from a city thing, you cannot really keep that pavement. You have to change that area to a green space. Then basically, at second thought, in that case, I would change 2 parking space into a unit instead of 3. Yes, that's the reason behind that.
Okay, so I'm going to put my question this way, because I'm having trouble understanding the reason for the request to defer. That's my problem. I don't understand your reason. Is it, what are you going to do with the additional time you would get during a deferral? What is your objective? What are you going to do during that time? How are you going to change the application?
Yeah, the change will be a reduced size of unit. And then basically we are going to revise the site plan based on city's comments. And then use the time to go back to request a PPR. Because what happened for this minor variance, we really based on the comments review from PPR, right? Now, because we have to reduce the size of the unit, then basically we need to do another PPR.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's take the application into committee. So at this stage, I'll ask the moderator to just reduce this to committee, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Just a moment, Mr. Nipfel, until it's just the committee. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I normally think that requests for deferral are appropriate if there's an identified solution that's going to be explored and the project is going to perhaps be improved. I don't have that feeling here. I'm sorry, but I was unable to understand much of what was said by the applicant, and I don't understand what the planning concern is that would generate these changes. There's nothing from planning on our agenda. I have some difficulties with this application, but I don't anticipate that deferring it and hearing it all over again is going to address concerns. So I'm not going to be in favor of deferring this application. I think it needs to stand on its own merits right now.
Thank you very much. Other comments, panel members? Mr. Clay.
Yeah, sir. I think what I heard from the applicant, I too had difficulty understanding all of what I heard, but I think what I heard was an interest in reconfiguring the spaces in and around the garage to either to change the number of units, so either make one unit larger or two units larger or something to that effect, which again, I don't disagree, Carl, with your observation, but I would rather deliberate and consider an application which reflected what the applicant was really trying to achieve rather than what sounds like there's an interest in changing it. It may or may not be an appropriate application in the end regardless, but I'd rather defer and see what the applicant is actually trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Mr. Byatt?
I think that's a legitimate point of view. You convinced me. I would agree with the deferral. Somebody though needs to clarify what the planning department's concern is, because I don't know what it is.
Okay. So maybe we could just make a general reference to deferral to deferral to allow the applicant to address planning department's comment. Would that be appropriate? I'll leave it up to you. I'll look to somebody now for a motion.
Sorry, through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. I just checked the file. I don't see any comments from, I checked it again just to be sure. I don't see any comments from community planning. Perhaps the agent is referring to the comments that came in from transportation services. I know that everyone seems to think it's always planning, so there could be, that situation there. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you for that.
So, Chair, to move this one along, I'm happy to move deferral of this application to, for the applicant to consider any potential changes to the application and to address transportation concerns.
Very good. Second to that, it is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Thank you. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Thank you. Motion is carried by unanimous vote. So the application is thereby deferred. Thank you, panel. Number 18, 82 PEARD Road. And on 82 PEARD, we have submitted materials. There's comment from City Planning, and there are two form letters in support coming from 80 and 84. PEARD, which would appear to be the houses on either side of the subject property. So let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Yes, my name is Arben Spaki. and the agent of the owner, 1287 Stark Avenue, Mississauga.
Good afternoon to you. Okay.
Thank you.
There's no one registered here to speak in opposition, so panel members, any requests for a presentation, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
The only obvious question, Mr. Chairman, is why did the work proceed without the appropriate approvals?
Thank you. Go ahead, applicant. Tell us about that.
I didn't hear that very well.
The question is, why did work proceed without a building permit?
Actually, to tell the truth, I don't know. I'm just representing the owner. I don't know when this covered porch was built, and but it's true it's built without a permit. It was a deck before over there. When I see the survey, and the deck is removed with the stairs coming down to the rear yard, and it's replaced with this covered porch. And yes, this is how it is. But I cannot say why it's built without permit or what were the reasons for.
Thank you very much. Okay, for the information of those listening, in situations like this, the committee really is concerned because we in no way condone work that proceeds without a building permit. But the stance that we have to take, the way that we are asked to judge these applications, is to look at them and ignore the fact that they were built, and to look at them and to look at what's actually being proposed in the minor variance application, and to judge that based on the four tests as if it had not been built, as if it was still a proposal on paper. So that's the way that we are supposed and must come to look at these applications. Any further questions of the applicant panel? Okay, hearing none, I would say we take the application into committee for a motion, please. Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Bike, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to expedite here. Once again, it's one of those situations that we'd prefer that it not have come to this situation where we've got illegal construction that we now have to contend with. Having said that, there is a condition from planning related to variance number 1. With that condition in mind, I'd like to move this forward and approve the application as presented.
Thank you very much. We'll see. Does that motion have a second? It is seconded by Ms. Valentini. So it is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. It does carry the motion and the application is approved.
Mr. Chairman, might we add our normal note about not approving or condoning
Thank you very much.
this kind of work?
Absolutely. So we will add that note to that with respect to the committee's feeling about work that goes ahead. We don't condone it without building permits. And we go along now to number 72, PEARD Road. Number 72, PEARD. And on number 72, PEARD, we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good afternoon.
I'm architect Ravi Doifode, 472 PEARD Road, East Chalk project. Actually, we already went through committee of adjustment in August 25th, 2021 with a 4 minor variants requested. All those 4 variants got approved with 3 conditions. One condition was related with urban forestry, which we already sorted out. And in the second condition, the condition was not construct the building exactly as per the approved committee of adjustment drawing south elevation.
Applicant, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you state your name? If you did, I apologize, but please state your name once again.
I'm architect Ravi Doifode.
Okay. I'm going to ask my panel colleagues whether they request a presentation or whether they have any questions for you. Panel members? Yeah, I'm not hearing any. Here's a question from Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, hopefully this will save some time. Am I correct? This is basically a technical amendment. You've had to move an eave somewhat. It doesn't dramatically change anything that was previously approved. So really what you need is to be held accountable to the existing elevation drawings rather than the ones that were previously approved. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think maybe that clarifies the situation. If there are no further questions for the applicant, let's take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if the proper way of wording this would be that condition. I don't know if we have to reapprove the previous application, but I would think the only thing that we're here for is the change in condition number 2, and that the reference should be to the drawings that were received and that are before us today, rather than the previous plans. Maybe Sabrina could weigh in on that, or do we have to make a larger motion?
Okay. I mean, I would think we could do as simple as to either approve or refuse this application as it stands. But I'll just seek guidance there. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, any guidance on this?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The variances that are before you are similar to the ones that were before you in the past. So you'd be looking at it in its entirety at this time. And if you choose to tie it to the plans, then it would be the plans that are on file today.
Plans that are on file today, right. Yes. We're basically, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, then I'd like to move approval of the application as it stands before us. And the only condition would be to tie the approval to the plans that are on file today. We've already got a release from forestry that the applicant has complied with the forestry condition that was previously applied to the application.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Ms. Valentini. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And the motion's carried. Application is so approved. Thank you. Brings us to the final application, number 20, on the first chunk of our agenda. This relates to 8 Geneva Avenue. And on number 8 Geneva, the materials before us are those submitted, 2 photographs of the property, and correspondence in interest or concern from Peter Sharp at 10 Geneva, received June 15. So we'll go now to the agent and ask the agent to join us, please.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Harris, and I'm the agent representing the homeowner in this case.
Good afternoon to you.
Hi.
We'll see if panel members have any questions for you. Panel members? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Does the existing upper floor balcony have privacy screening?
Yes, it does. Can I give a little bit of context around this? The homeowners bought the house over 10 years ago, and when they bought the house, the balcony was enclosed. So when they were doing repairs to the structure just because of wear and tear, that's when they discovered that the balcony was not legally built in the first place. So that's why we're in front of Committee of Adjustments now.
The enclosure of the balcony has taken place.
It took place probably a couple of homeowners ago. So when the current homeowners who've owned the house for 10 years, when they bought it, it was already enclosed, and they were just doing repairs to general wear and tear of the materials. And that's when they discovered that it was not legally enclosed.
Okay, and the added balcony that the purpose replies, that's already in existence as well.
The little Juliet balcony, they added that on in addition when they discovered that. Yeah.
So basically, this is an existing condition.
It is an existing condition. I just wanted to note also that the FSI that was listed, the original construction is actually at 136.92 square meters, and that was built in 1875. And so the permitted FSI is only at 124. Sorry, let me say that again. The existing condition is at 136.92 square meters, and so the altered space is going to be at 143.12 square meters, and that's a difference of only 4.5%, not the 15% as stated, because the structure was built well before the city changed the FSI requirements.
So how should variance number 2 read then?
Well, the proposal is at 143.12, which is correct. But at the time that the building was built, it was already at 136.92. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because it looks like they're building way more than they actually are, as well as the fact that what they are building is in line with most of all the other houses along that row.
So it looks like a 15% increase, but in fact it's only a 4% and a bit increase.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Well, we still need to change the numbers here for that to work. So if it says the floor, the
No, we
permitted floor
don't.
space
No, we don't.
index,
No, because
well,
the first line states that one times is the maximum, but and that is true. And it's going to, it's just that the existing condition is greater than the maximum already, dating back for 100 and some years.
so is the 1.15 correct?
In current conditions, yes, but I believe that the dwelling should be grandfathered because it was already over before they even began. And it is in keeping with every other, well, with most of the houses that have already put an addition on. It's right in line with all of the other ones.
It's an existing condition, Mr. Nipfel, which dates back, 100 and I think you're saying it's 145 years.
Yes.
Okay, so the existing condition is that ancient.
So they're not adding anything else onto the addition, Carl. They're just, if the addition hadn't happened 20 plus years ago, the existing house itself, the heritage dwelling, would be over the FSI anyway.
No, I
okay.
agree with all that. I was just trying to figure out, the applicants raised this as an issue, and I'm assuming she would raise it because variance number 2 isn't worded the way she wishes it would be worded, and I'm just trying to figure out if there are any changes there.
Okay.
That is correct.
Through you, Mr. Chair, zoning review was submitted with the application, and what is before you today is what was taken from that zoning review. So it is correct. I just double checked it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Okay. All right then, if there are no further questions, let's take this one into committee for a motion, please. Ms. Valentini, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have no concerns with this application. As the agent has pointed out, the existing original Heritage House was already well over, and all those, and then they're just simply, I guess, legalizing an old addition. So it's going to be similar to what's currently existing. So I have no concerns with this, and I'm happy to bring a motion forward for approval of the application without any conditions.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor? Show of hands, please. That motion is carried unanimous vote. The application is so approved without condition. And that does complete the 1 to 20 segment of our agenda today. It's now 1:35, and
Through you, Mr. Chair, city staff are okay with taking a 45-minute lunch break today?
okay, so that would take us to 2:15.
Sure.
Is that correct, or 2:15 or 2:20?
2:20.
2:20. So we shall resume on item number 21 at 2:20 this afternoon. Until then, we are recessed. Thank you very much.